Thank you very much again.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Good luck.
I'm glad
Very
you did it.
Yeah.
I'm glad that so many people for a last minute organized this.
But even if it would be organized it with 2 months, it's always the same as the original working. But I just missed the guys from Croatia, but otherwise I think it's well covered.
They're coming.
Yeah, they're coming.
They're in the car.
Test 1, 2. Okay, you will hear me speaking into the mic. That is only for the live stream. So it's kind of weird talking into a mic while not hearing yourself through a monitor somewhere. But this is for the people following us through the live stream. I don't know how many you are, but hello. But hello to everyone present. Thank you for coming. This workshop was organized last minute, really last minute, so we are extremely happy that you are with this many. That is APO Artists. My name is Johan. I'm the General Secretary of APO Artists, which is the Federation of European Performers Collective Management Organizations. We have 37 members in 27 countries, and we're really happy to see multiple of our members present here today. We is also the Slovenian Screen Actors Guild, and I will ask Maya to also say a little thank you and welcome word.
Hvala. Thank you. I will be very short. I am Maya Sever, Vice President of the Screen Actors Guild of Slovenia, and we are very, very pleased that we can welcome you today in Ljubljana, that we have this opportunity to co-host this workshop. Thank you everybody for coming, and we hope we get some great insight today.
Thank you. And we is also IPA, your local Slovenian collective management organization. Thank you, Gregor, for helping us set this up. Thank you for the invitation. And thank you to everyone from IPA who's present. So let me shortly explain what we are going to do today. We are going to spend our morning session to a focus on the status of the implementation of the Copyright Directive. That directive was adopted in 2019, and it is supposed to change a lot of things in Europe, and we will show you that that might not be the case currently. There we will have in the morning 2 experts present, being José María Montes from AISGE in Spain and Thilo Gerlach from GVL in Germany. We have other experts present. Take advantage of us. I mean, there's people present today that can combine expertise as lawyers and expertise as working, even running collective management organizations throughout Europe. Take advantage of their expertise, ask them difficult questions. That's really important that today you ask a lot of difficult questions. So that's our morning session. We will focus on the situation in Spain. We will focus on the situation in Germany. And then we will look at the rest of Europe. Then we will all go eat together. We will follow Gregor, who will take us to a nice restaurant. We will all eat together. And in the afternoon, we will come back and we will have a speech by Mr. Robert Kordiš, who is not present yet, but who will be present in the afternoon, who will focus on the current Slovenian proposal to implement that copyright directive I was just talking about. And then the second session of the afternoon will be with Mr. Paul Tomori from EGI in Hungary, who will explain us more about how extended collective management works. That's a special form of licensing used by collective management organizations, and sometimes it's difficult to understand. But after listening to Paul Tomori, everyone will go home understanding how extended collective licensing works. So I thanked IPA, I thanked the Slovenian Screen Actors Guild, sorry, Screen Actors Guild for helping us set this up. I would also like to thank Mrs. Karin Žvokel, I hope I pronounced that, Žvokel, who is the director of the Slovenian Intellectual Property Office and who will also address us with a short opening speech shortly after. That leaves me with only thanking all the other participants, mainly the people from the Serbian Intellectual Property Office who are also present today. Thank you very much. Karin?
Yeah? It's also the, yeah, okay, thank you. Distinguished guests, lectures, participants, on behalf of the Slovenian Intellectual Property Office, I warmly welcome you to this regional workshop on audiovisual performance and the EU directive, copyright directive. It is our pleasure that APO artists, the Screen Actors Guild of Slovenia and IPA are organizing the regional workshop, and I wish to thank them all for their efforts in bringing us together at this live event. Authors and other creators play a vital role in our society. With their creations, they enrich our culture, enhance culture diversity, and illuminate our society. We strongly believe that this contribution by authors and other creators should be duly recognized and rewarded, including also financially. Our vision is to be their partner in the economic and cultural artistic field, which ensures and maintains a fair and orderly relationship at the level of copyright and related rights. Despite all our effort, the copyright directive has not been implemented in Slovenian legislation yet. However, we are convinced that the Parliament will adopt the necessary amendments of legislation by the end of the year. I hope so. I hope that in a few years' time, we will be able to witness the positive effects of the implementation of the copyright directive. I wish you all a successful workshop and a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to invite Jose Maria, but we first play the video?
I think it's better if we play the video afterwards, so they will better understand it.
Okay, then I will set up your...
Yes, please. Hello, good morning. This is Jose Maria Montes from AISGE, the Spanish Collecting Society, representing audiovisual performers, mostly actors, but also dancers, dubbers, stage directors. So I'm going to briefly present you what is the Spanish system for remunerating audiovisual performers, and to try to put it in context with the European legislation. Is it working? Maybe with the mouse. No, that's fine. No, wait. I think. Yep. So the starting point, of course, is the EU, because we're talking here about, correct me if I'm wrong, where are you, Gregor? We're mostly dealing with the digital environment, right, Gregor? So the starting point has to be the so-called InfoSoc Directive of 2001, which, among other exclusive rights, it granted performers, both in music and audiovisual, the exclusive right of authorizing the making available of their fixed performances. The making available, as you know, is the interactive on-demand video or music services. Well, this directive, the so-called InfoSoc directive, was not something really new, because 5 years before, in 1996, WIPO had already adopted WPT, the so-called Internet Treaty, already granting this same right to performers. Well, everyone looked fantastic back then, because there were no video services, and the only problem musicians were facing in the internet was dealing with Napster. Maybe some of you remember Napster. So it was not a big thing, the internet, yet. But after more than a decade, watching that performers were not benefiting from this protection, because during this last decade, all these businesses have been growing and growing and growing, the US legislator came with a solution which needs to be correctly implemented at national level, which is what we're going to talk about today. I'm talking about the EU directive of 2019 on copyright in the digital single market. This solution is basically the obligation of EU member states to ensure that performers are entitled to receive proportional and appropriate and proportional remuneration for the exploitation of their performances. Okay? Why the need of this solution? Why performers failed to benefit from the protection granted by the InfoSoc directive? Well, first of all, because of the bargaining power of performers vis-a-vis producers. I mean, unless you are represented by a very strong union, and in my years of experience, I only know one union in the world who's capable of leveraging the negotiation power with the producer, and this is not in Europe, this is in the US. And I'm sorry to say, but in Europe, I haven't seen any union capable of really leveling the bargaining power with the producers. So what is the end result? That at the end of the day, all actors end up transferring all their exclusive rights to the producer for a very little price, which it is not close to the economic value of the rights he is transferring. These are the so-called buyout agreements. If you're lucky, you get something paid, but in some cases, you don't even get paid. And also the producer takes advantage of your passion as actors to work. I mean, are there any actors in the room today? Yeah. What is the thing you love the most? To act, to perform, right? And if someone comes with a very good opportunity for you, you might even do for a sandwich. You're not asking for money. But guess who's making a lot of money from your performance? The producer. And the producer is getting out of money. I remember one of the hearings we were having in Brussels many years ago. Well, not so many years ago. It was when we were negotiating the 2019 directive. The producer organization, came to the EU Commission saying that for most of you actors, it would be an honor to work with Steven Spielberg. So why should you get paid? And this is true, okay? And the second reason for this, or need for this solution, is that in any case, and regardless of the bargaining power of actors, all your exclusive rights need to be consolidated in the producer. The producer needs all the exclusive rights. Let's not be wrong. The user, the TV broadcaster, the video service, the video streaming service, they need legal certainty. They need to know that when they acquire the rights, they acquire all the rights, and they will not be facing claims from 20 actors, the director, to script writers. So they need legal certainty. So most legislations, taking into consideration this lack of bargaining power, they end up providing for presumption of transfers. A presumption of transfer, by the way, first of all, doesn't mean that the transfer has to be free. It's just a presumption, but it can be paid for. And second of all, it's always rebuttable, or should be always rebuttable. It's the rights shall be presumed to be transferred to the producer unless otherwise agreed. Now the question again is, who has the power to keep this right, and for what? I mean, even a superstar, one of these well-known actors might say, okay, you know, I want my right. What do you want the right for? Are you going to negotiate with the distributor? Are you going to negotiate with the TV station? So these are two key elements, okay? Bargaining power, buyout agreements, and need for legal certainty, and need for consolidating the rights in the producers. This is exactly what took so long for WIPO to finally adopt the Beijing Treaty on Audiovisual Performances. This was the key issue. So now we know why we need a solution, why despite having an exclusive right, we need the EU member states to ensure that performers will benefit from that right, that they will receive fair, proportional, appropriate, whatever you want to call it, remuneration. Because, and this is the key question, so in one way or another, all the performers' exclusive rights are automatically transferred to the producer. The question is, how do we are getting huge deals because of the transfer of exclusive rights? No, they're not. And they always compare themselves with the Americans. And let me tell you something. Screen Actors Guild in the US, they have huge or very good agreements. Actors are getting paid the so-called residuals. But they are not based on exclusive rights because guess what? US legislation does not even grant performers exclusive rights. So this is the best proof that the bargaining power is key for performers to be fairly remunerated, okay? So the answer to this question, for me, is very simple. For me, and I guess for Thilo, for Gregor, for Pal, for everyone, for AP artists. A remuneration right which must be unwaivable for the performer and subject to mandatory collective management. Now we're going to see why. And let me tell you something. This solution is not something new, it's not radical. This is not something we came up with like in a meeting in Brussels and we said, well, let's go for something and let's call it remuneration right. It is already in the acquis communautaire. It is already in EU legislation ever since the year 2006. No, sorry, ever since the year 1992, because this directive of 2006 basically codifies a pre-existing directive, the rental directive of 1992, providing that where a performer has transferred or assigned his rental right concerning an original or copy of a film to a film producer, that performer shall retain the right to obtain equitable remuneration for the rental. Now, I know that rental and making available are not the same. Rental involves giving a physical copy, the original or a copy, whereas making available, there is no physical copy involved. But the business model is the same. Now we do not go to Blockbusters to rent a movie. We just connect to Netflix and rent a movie. We are not renting it in legal terms, but in commercial terms, we are renting the movie. Most of you remember all the video clubs crying 10 years ago, oh, the piracy is killing us, we are going to close down because of piracy. No. It wasn't piracy. It was the video services. It was the streaming video services who killed video clubs. So if we had this rental right at EU level, why cannot we have it for the making available right when at the end of the day the consumers are looking for the same thing? And this brings me to the Spanish system, which is what I came here to talk about. So Article 108 is basically the article which deals with all these so-called remuneration rights for performers. And I'm going to focus on 3 sections, or subsections. Subsection 3 deals with the making available of a right. It basically provides that when the performer enters into an individual or collective agreement would be via a union, with a film producer, the making available right is presumed to be transferred to the producer unless otherwise agreed in the contract. Up to date, haven't seen any performer keeping the exclusive right. To the contrary, Netflix and the others usually tend to say, you're going to transfer me all your rights, your mother's rights, your daughter's rights, for this country, for this other country, for the whole universe, known and unknown. So they always transfer all the rights. But this Article 108 says something very interesting, that this transfer is without prejudice to his unwaivable right to equitable remuneration payable by the user, okay, by the streaming service, payable and to the CMO, as we will see now. I have inserted here also Article 108, subsection 5. Has nothing to do with the making available, but it's very interesting. I mean, this is something you could also have, it would be nice, which is the obligation of users of audiovisual fixations, using these fixations for their communication to the public or broadcasting, to pay equitable remuneration. So it basically means that actors in Spain, I'm saying actors in Spain, not Spanish actors. Slovenian actors are protected under the Spanish legislation. So actors in Spain are entitled to equitable remuneration for the making available, this is becoming the big thing, and for the broadcasting. And not just the broadcasting, for any other form of communication to the public, even movie theaters. Even the movie theaters are paying us a remuneration. Okay? But all this would mean nothing without Article 108, paragraph 6, which provides that these rights are subject to mandatory collective management. And you will see why this is crucial. This doesn't mean that the performers are incapable of managing these rights, which at some point they are. This basically prevents the producer from getting those rights. Because if these rights, being unwaivable is fine, but if they are also subject to mandatory collective management, it means that the performer cannot individually exercise the right, which means that he cannot transfer it to the producer. Because if the performer can individually exercise the right, he will end up transferring it to the producer, and that's not waiving the right, that's exercising the right. So this is basically like a recollection of remuneration rights. If there is no strong bargaining power, the legal remedy, which has proven to be the best for actors, are the remuneration rights. The main question is, what is the use of exclusive right if performers cannot benefit from the exclusive rights? This is the reason. This goes together. Because enacting exclusive rights is not enough. I mean, your lawmakers will tell you, we are granting performers exclusive rights. We are fulfilling with our obligations under the EU directives, even under the national treaties. But are we ensuring that this legislation is working in practice? Because what is the idea behind granting performers exclusive right? The idea, why are we granting them exclusive rights? Because we want to incentivize the creativity. We want to promote the creativity, the cultural diversity. The way of doing so is to ensure that these rights work in practice. And as we have seen today, the only way they will work in practice, if all these rights are transferred to the producer, is by at least allowing them to keep a remuneration right. And why the mandatory collective management? Well, as I have said before, first, copyright protection. Copyright protection, there's always, all the scholars say that copyright relies on 3 pillars. There are 3 pillars. One of the pillars fails, the whole system collapses. You have to imagine one of these Roman temples with 3 pillars. First pillar is substantive rights. They need rights. Second pillar would be enforcement measures. If you have rights, but you don't have measures for securing or acting against infringement of those rights, the system would collapse. And the third pillar is collective management, because there are cases like mass uses where the individual right holder cannot exercise his rights. An individual right holder cannot go after every TV station, every video streaming service, every place open to the public to monitor the use of his work or his performance. So this would be the first reason for collective management. Let's not say mandatory, but let's say collective management. But mandatory because the need of safeguard the performer's interest. As I have said before, if collective management is not mandatory, it means that the performer can exercise the right by himself. And whatever he is capable of managing by himself or exercising by himself will end up in the hands of the producers. Don't get me wrong, that's it, that's a fact. Anything that the performer can get rid of will end up in the hands of producers. And there is something also about collective management that has come to my attention lately. I don't know if Johan will talk about the transparency obligations in, well, basically this 2019 directive provides obligation of producers and even users, even though in the digital environment they wear the same hat. I mean, it's Netflix is a producer, HBO, which depends on Warner, is a producer, but they're also users. They are obliged they have some transparency obligations, to inform the performers or the authors about the level of exploitation of the works or performances, when have they been used, what income they have generated. Well, in this case, when the CMO distributes the rights, and this is from experience, because this is what we are doing in AISGE, we are helping these users to fulfill with their obligation, with their transparency obligations. If I receive money from Netflix, and I receive all the usage data from Netflix, and I receive all the income data for Netflix, and I use it for distributing it to the performers, then the performers will know exactly when, where, and how much their performances have made. Therefore, we are helping producers and users to fulfill their transparency obligation. But most importantly, because I believe someone's here from the Copyright Office. Oh, yeah, sorry. I was. Both elements, remuneration rights and collective management, these elements are already an existing solution in the EU legislation, as I have just mentioned, for instance, the rental right I was saying, but also in the Beijing Treaty, Article 12.3. And this Article 12.3 in Beijing Treaty refers to any use of the performance fixed in an audiovisual fixation. It's not just referred to Article 11, which is broadcasting and communication to the public, but to any. And in fact, it says to any use, such as the ones in Article 11, which is broadcasting and communication to the public, and 10, which is making available. Secondly, and this is something you need to keep in mind, all of you, but specifically the lawmakers, these rights do not interfere with the licensing activity of the producers. These rights do not grant performers the power to authorize or prohibit or even intervene at any level with the normal exploitation of the work. These rights only give them the power through the collective management society to go after the user and say, please give me equitable share of the benefits that you have obtained because of the use of my performance. So if my performance is not making any money because it has no success, I will get nothing. So it's not that they will pay yes or yes. They will pay only if the performance is making money. And as a way of example, AISGE in Spain. Spain is a mid-sized country. We are only representing actors. We are not representing musicians or producers. Well, only representing actors, we have managed to collect, and this is growing, but we have managed to collect around 30 million euros, mostly from video-on-demand services and TV stations. And guess what? The market is functioning fine, to the point that Spain, in accordance to the data of the European Audiovisual Observatory, has become the second country in the EU producing fiction, movie or movies or TV series. So these rights are helping having a stronger industry, because we are reaching a balanced industry where the performers are getting paid, the producers are not paying that much, and the users are also not paying that much. So that's it. Thank you very much. Before the questions, I would like to play a video. Johan, please. This is a video we prepared in APRTs when the directive was being negotiated, when we were asking in Brussels for a remuneration right, which
Today, streaming and downloading services like Spotify, Netflix, and iTunes are the most important.
I think this video will explain you what Javier said, but shorter and more clear. So the questions will be after Tilo or now?
We'll do it right now.
Right now, the questions right now. Okay, so we'll wait for the video.
Questions
After, so I can sit down. I'm going to get my water.
Today, streaming and downloading services like Spotify, Netflix, and iTunes are the most important forms of exploitation of music, films, and TV series. However, the vast majority of musicians, actors, and singers receive no remuneration for these types of exploitation because of the contractual relationship with their producer. What does this really mean? If a performer wants to work, he has no choice but to sign a contract, in which all of his rights are transferred to the producer. Usually performers receive a one-off payment and do not share in the streaming or downloading returns of their performances. With the current copyright reform process, legislators would now have the chance to fix this unbalanced situation for good. Sadly, what is currently being proposed by the European Commission is only in favour of big businesses, and does not bring any improvement in the situation of performers. The European Commission is making these two proposals. The first one is to allow performers to have more information on the contracts they sign and on the uses of their recordings by the producer. But merely being more informed about what the contract entails does not improve the contract itself. A bad contract is a bad contract, whether you know about it or not. The second proposal is to give performers a possibility to ask the producer for an additional remuneration if their recordings are successful. But only big stars are in a position to negotiate their contract. Smaller artists cannot afford to take the risk of getting into a dispute with the producer. So how should European performers be decently protected in the digital era? Performers need a right to remuneration for all on-demand uses. Collective management organizations, or CMOs, can collect and distribute these payments. This idea is not new. Similar mechanisms already exist in EU law for music broadcasting, for example, providing an important source of income for performers. EU legislators must act now and provide a real future for Europe's performers.
Hello, everyone. I think this is the most compelling version to show the problem or the solution. But I would like to go a bit more in detail from the German perspective. I'm Thilo Gerlach, president of AEPO Artis and head of the German collective management organization GVL, and also a lecturer at Humboldt University in Berlin on performance rights. I think you heard the problems or the situation by Jose Maria already. Perhaps I would like to start just briefly to summarize where we come from before we see where we go to, and with the perspective of actors or audiovisual performers and collective management. We do have in Germany a functioning system for private copying collection for the levies for devices and carriers for decades, and this has been reformed. It always has to be adjusted to the new technical development. For example, we now are facing how to include cloud storage in that regime. That's the challenge we face there. But of course, we see that private copying is somehow replaced by streaming. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why it's so important to have a similar situation there. Jose Maria already mentioned rental, the rental right, and this additional remuneration in addition to the exclusive rental right, which is transferred to the producer and finally ends up in the video shop. The rental right, the rental remuneration generated millions of euros for actors in Germany and disappeared. not because the law has been changed, but just because the video shops disappeared. And of course, this is lacking this mechanism which José María described from the rental directive of the European Union, is the role model for other remuneration rights which accompany exclusive rights and do not prevent the producer from the exploitation. This is, I think, an important step. We in Germany applied that mechanism already before this new directive came into force for cable retransmission. You may know that we also have cable retransmission right in Europe, cable systems, and one aspect of the new copyright law in Europe is also a technical adjustment of cable retransmission, which is now regarded as all kinds of transmission. We adjusted the technique, and for this we also have this additional remuneration right, which is functioning and does not interfere with the market. So the change will be the technical neutrality in future. By the way, Germany already implemented this directive, and I will elaborate that further. Unfortunately, we do not have a remuneration right for broadcasting, for audiovisual. That's still lacking. But of course, in the focus are interactive rights, the so-called making available right, as José María mentioned. And we achieved this mechanism, this additional remuneration right for online users, unwaivable and with compulsory collective management, based on the provision José María mentioned, that the fair payment and fair remuneration for performers in Article 18 of that directive. But to be frank, we only achieved it with regard to the so-called digital service providers, which by definition of that directive are user upload platforms such as YouTube, but not commercial platforms such as Netflix. And of course, it's an advantage to have that additional remuneration right with regard to YouTube, and we are currently negotiating with YouTube and the other players on the payment and the reporting, as José María mentioned, for Spain. But the problem is that the mechanism we described is connected with the transfer of rights to the platform. So we are talking about legal authorized users. And when it comes to audiovisual in YouTube, there are just a very few legal authorized exploitations for audiovisual. We do have agreements with all major music companies with YouTube. They license all the material, so the musicians are getting this additional remuneration right. But with regard to audiovisual, when you can identify a whole movie on YouTube, it's usually caused by a private initiative and not really licensed. That's why I think this German solution to implement or to introduce that additional remuneration right to digital service providers only is not a step far enough. The whole problem occurs with regard to commercial platforms, such as Netflix or the platforms of broadcasters, who really do not adjust their payments to the new exploitation. And that I think has to be adjusted, and I can only encourage you to implement that additional mechanism also for commercial platforms directly, because that's where it's really needed. And to give you an example, I mean, Jose Maria already described it, and you saw it in that movie. We do have transparency obligations, and we have the provisions in the directive to adjust contracts. And this model is more or less shaped after the German provisions on contract adjustment we already have. So it's more or less the same you can find here. And the issue is bargaining power. I mean, you have rights, but can you risk to exercise them? That's the issue. And we do have examples from the German Actors Union. They supported a court case. This was a claim of the dubbing speaker, Markus Off. Markus Off was the dubbing speaker of Pirates of the Caribbean. And I think you know Johnny Depp. If you read the papers, you know him. And of course, this was also very attractive and was a hit in Germany. All films were very, very successful. And Markus Off, I mean, movies in Germany are usually dubbed because Germans are lazy and less experienced in English. So we have that dubbing tradition, which is very important. And Markus Off dared, with the support of the union, to enforce his rights, the rights on contract adjustment. So the claim on transparency, he got informed about the income generated by the producer by that film, and he dared to enforce that. And you could see he succeeded, because I think for the first movie, he got 6 times as much as the buyout fee was. And for the second movie, it was about 3 times. So you should imagine that he is successful. However, when it came to the dubbing of the third movie, and he had a very characteristic voice, he was replaced. Yeah, and I mean, that's it. On the paper, this mechanism of transparency and contract adjustment is really charming, but it does not really create a bargaining power. And the blacklisting is an issue, even if producers usually try to dispute that. They would never acknowledge that, but it is an issue. And I mean, what is the right if you cannot enforce it, or if you lose future employments? And that's, I think, of course, it's nice to have a fair contract in a balanced market. It's a nice idea, but it does not really work. And the union itself always thought about how to introduce a mechanism where you can adjust your contract without naming your name, so on an abstract level. So you could hide yourself some sort of non-disclosure, but it does not work. I mean, of course, you can be identified if you try to adjust your contract. It's impossible. And that's why, with the bargaining power of the collective management organization, in addition to the buyout payment, or in certain cases even royalties, it results in a fair payment, and you are not depending on expose yourself for any contractual adjustment. And I think that's the huge advantage, and I can only share this German experience with you. The wording is nice, but without the necessary bargaining power, it does not really help. That's why we so urgently need that additional remuneration right, especially for commercial platforms as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Thilo. Before opening up the floor to your questions, because I'm going to take my phone. I really want to make sure that we keep enough time to get your questions and to have an open discussion. But first, let me take you through the rest of Europe. We've had very detailed information on Spain and Germany, and I hope with one click, yeah, this works. So once again, my name is Johan. I'm the General Secretary of AVTORSKIH, and we are the European Federation of Performers Collective Management Organization. And our mission, it is written right there, is to protect, strengthen, and develop performers' rights and to promote their collective management. So we work for music performers as well as audiovisual performers. We currently have 37 members in 27 different European countries, and the number of all musicians and actors represented by these 37 organizations summed up together adds up to about 650,000. That is a large representativity, as we say. So, like I said, we represent music and audiovisual, but today we want to focus on audiovisual, and for that, I need to limit our story to the audiovisual. What you see in this map is the 27 countries where we are present. In green are the countries where our members represent music performers and audiovisual performers. Well, actually, this is blue, but here it's green, and this is light green. So the light green is where we have a member, but they represent music only. So in these countries, we do not have a member representing audiovisual. That does not mean that actors in those countries do not have rights. That does not even mean that actors in those countries do not have a collective management organization. For instance, Austria, Poland, they have a collective management organization specifically for actors, but they're not yet member of AVTORSKIH. And in red are the countries of the European Union where we do not have a member representing actors nor musicians. And in pink, we have the United Kingdom where we have a member representing actors, but we do not have a member representing musicians. Again, there is a very big organization in the UK, a CMO representing musicians, so this does not mean that it doesn't exist. It's just not part of our network. So, we have 20 collective management organizations representing actors, and they are present in these 19 countries, and you see the names. You have ISRE, who's present. You have EGI, who's present. You have GVL, who's present. You have IPA. I think they're present today. Yes. And you have BEX, you have RAB, you have Tromp in Sweden, Agata in Lithuania, Filmex in Denmark, Credidam in Romania. So all these organizations, they are collective management organizations for actors' rights also. Not only, but also. So, what can they do for actors in general? So we've already heard talking about private copy, broadcasting, retransmission, public performance, rental, and making available. Now I'm going to take you through a few maps that then show in which countries, again, only those countries where we have a member, so we have reporting that they can collect these incomes for actors. So, private copy, it's everywhere, even here in Slovenia. So, it's everywhere except in the UK and in Ireland. So, they do not collect private copy, but they do distribute, because they receive private copy money from all these other countries, and they distribute it to their members. So, an Irish actor will receive private copy remuneration from Spain or France or Germany. So private copy, you all know the system. It's when you buy a tablet, when you buy a computer. In most countries, there are still some countries where there's not a private copy levy on computers, but when you buy devices that allow you to make private copies. The logic is simple. You cannot prevent people from making this copy. You cannot stop them. But it's not because you cannot stop them that you do not have to remunerate those people whose works are being copied. Now, this remuneration is shared amongst performers, authors, and producers, and in some countries even with broadcasters. Now, private copy is something it's highly debated in every country because, well, with streaming, people think that we're making less copies, but it's actually not true because a lot of these services, they actually sell you the private copy possibility where it's a right of everyone. Spotify allows you to make a private copy on your phone. Well, and they're selling it to you as if it's a service they offer. No, it's actually a legal obligation to allow you to do that. And these last years, there's been a lot of debate on cloud because more and more copies are being made in the cloud. And some countries have taken the step to think private copy in a technology-neutral way, and they've expanded the private copy levy to copies made in the cloud. Others have not. They said, no, this is not possible. But about a month ago, the European Court of Justice, in a case called Strato, they made the decision, cloud computing, a copy made in the cloud is a private copy. So a private copy made in the cloud does fall under the scope of private copy. So this will change the rest of Europe in the coming years. It will still be a discussion, but at least what you see is private copy is a good basis for actor societies. Broadcasting. Here you see the world is divided. In some countries, actors receive an additional remuneration when a film or a series is broadcasted on television. Spain, Italy, Romania, the Netherlands. So this is when it's broadcasted by a broadcasting organization, so when it's on TV. This is different from, for instance, retransmission. Retransmission is when an additional service provider, the cable distributor, or in some countries, satellite distributors, when they add an additional industry, an additional use, they add additional customers that pay a remuneration for a subscription. They pay a subscription. And in all these countries, in green, there is a system that ensures that when a broadcasted signal is being retransmitted by one of these services, whether it is by cable or satellite. Some countries like Greece, they don't have cables. You cannot just go through the sea and the mountains constantly with cable, so they are specialized in satellite distribution. But there is a system that allows an additional remuneration to be collected with these distributors by the collective management organization. Now, France here is in dots because it's a peculiar situation. They have this cable retransmission, but it is the result of what has already been said today, the result of a collective bargaining agreement. Now, the funny thing is the collective bargaining agreement negotiated by the unions is administered by the collective management organization. So that's why it's a bit in dots, because the basis is not a legal statutory remuneration right, it is a negotiated remuneration right, but it is still administered by the collective management organization. So the actors receive this remuneration not directly by the producer has to pay it, but they receive it through the CMO. Public performance. Public performance is the other communication to the public. It's already been said today, there's always broadcasting and communication to the public. Well, public performance is most of the other communication to the public. It is, should this be a map of music, it would be completely green. Because this means if a bar plays music, they have to pay the so-called equitable remuneration for public performance of music. Now, this system exists also for audiovisual in several countries, that if the bar puts on a TV, then they have to pay equitable remuneration for communicating to their clientele, to their public, the TV show. So, but many countries have not installed this system for music, which is a European obligation, but there is a possibility to introduce this for audiovisual too. Not many countries have taken that possibility, but you see here, Portugal, Spain, Germany, the Netherlands, Romania, they all did this. Then, rental and lending. This is an ancient right. I think Jose Maria mentioned the origin is 92, when we still have had lots of video shops. And Thilo, you said the video shops have disappeared. Well, that's true, but they've not completely disappeared. They adapted, because there's a story I like to tell, and it will link this slide to the last slide of our country overview. It's Netflix. Netflix was not always an online streaming platform. Netflix started out as a video store, an online video store. They had this business model. They found a very peculiar business model where they said, instead of getting people to the video store every day and paying an individual fee every time for a movie, like €2, €3 every day for a movie, we have people that come every day. Why not give them the possibility to pay one fee for a month, and then they can come to the video store and take a video every day, or every 2 days, or every 3 days, or some might even come only once a week, so we will win on those customers. That's what their business model was. Second step was, let's expand our clientele and let's start a mailing service. So we have a website with all our titles. Our clients, they pay €15 a month. They have access to the titles. They click their top 10, and we will make sure that they will always have a movie they like. So they have a top 10. Movie 2 is available. We will send you movie 2 by post. Movie 2 arrives. You watch movie 2, and then you click on the website. I just send you movie 2 back. They even gave you the envelope. It was prepaid. So it was really practical. Just go to the post office. And then the movie was sent back to Netflix. And then they send you another one from your top 10. And this is how it worked. So you always had a movie in-house that you liked that was from your top 10. And it was the post. But then Netflix said, who's making the most money out of this? It's the postman. So why not upload these movies to our website? And then everyone can just not only watch their top 10, but they can watch everything that we offer. And that's how Netflix grew from actually a physical video shop that if they were still falling on the rental, they would have to pay this remuneration, which exists everywhere in Europe. Because actually this is red. It's not red because it's not in the law, because it's in the law everywhere. It's red because the collection has dried up, like Thilo said. So if this rental right would apply to making available, again, the whole map would be green. And it is logic. I mean, Jose Maria, you also referred to it, that as a consumer, you still call it rental. But these services, they also call it rental. Go to any VOD platform where you have to ask to make available an individual movie. They will not tell you, the button will not say, do you want us to make this movie available to you? No, that's not what it says. The button says, rent me. So they still use the rental language, but the legal construction behind it is completely different and does not allow this map to be green. So that brings us to making available. There are already some countries that have made that exercise that we just made, that have extended this principle that was introduced in '93 on rental, and that was actually referred to in 2001 when they introduced this famous making available, right? And again, I like to refer to what Jose Maria said. That was 2001. So when they started discussing this, that was like even 5 years earlier. We're talking about 96, 97. Indeed, we had Napster. The internet was a bad place. No one believed that the internet could do something good. The internet was a place for pirates. So what did Europe do in 2001? They gave everyone the right to stop the internet because they gave them a pure exclusive right. And an exclusive right means you have the position to permit or not any usage. And since they did not believe that any good thing would be coming from the internet, they thought, we're going to give you a strong right to stop the internet. And that's why in those days they did not connect a remuneration right to it, because they thought nothing good will come out of it. But then 20 years later, you see Netflix. They made a good thing out of it, but with a completely different legal system behind it. So here, Spain has been well explained to you. Thank you, Jose Maria. Italy has the same. Italy is, I will come to that later. And then Switzerland has it very recently. The Netherlands have it, but not to the same extent. So they have it as a local version, not as a general, right? So this is more focused on Dutch platforms and the Dutch repertoire. And Denmark and Sweden, again, the Dutch, there is a possibility, and the collective management organization is involved in the whole system, but it's not based on an actual legal right granting them. It's the result of negotiation. So, to sum this up, what are the best places for actors to live in Europe? Spain, Italy, Switzerland, Germany, the Netherlands, Denmark, and Sweden. I know Slovenia is great too, but you will see, and I don't know how to go back. No, this is back. Here we go. So you are green, private copy, red, 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 red. So there's a lot of room for improvement in Slovenia, and we will talk about that in the afternoon. And I also want the rest of this morning session to allow you to ask us difficult questions on what we can do to, well, actually no, but you and the lawmakers can do to make this a better place for Slovenian actors. Very quickly, the copyright directive. This was going to change everything. So the copyright directive the copyright directive was adopted in April 2019. The implementation deadline was last year, June 2021. Currently, 14 out of 27 EU member states have completed the implementation. I'll show you a map in a second. So there are 3 things you should know about this copyright directive. The first is a general. So what this copyright directive actually says is we live in a new era, a digital era, and we have 20, 30 years of experience in making EU directives and giving right holders, producers, authors, and performers rights. What we need to do is think whether our current legal system is adapted to the online environment, because Europe recognized this has changed the circumstances. There's new actors, new business models. Do we need new rights? Do we need to add rights to our legislations? Or do we need to adapt? And actually, Europe said it's up to the member states to decide. So make the analysis whether your local legislation is strong enough to protect all right holders in this new era, and then check whether you need to add something or whether you need to adapt an existing thing. So Article 17, it's already been discussed today. Article 17 is the article closing the so-called value gap. So you had the bigger social media platforms, YouTube, Facebook, Roblox, Twitch. They used a lot of audiovisual and music content to bring people together and then keep them there and throw advertisements at them and make money out of them. So they made money out of bringing people together using audiovisual and musical content. And they were not paying, I'm not going to say anything, but they were not paying a lot. So there was a very big difference between what they paid and what, for instance, a platform like Netflix paid, because Netflix did already pay a few right holders. So there was a gap in the value created between those two kinds of platforms, the commercial platforms, Netflix, Spotify, Deezer, and these user-generated content platforms. So Article 17 introduces the principle that these platforms also need to pay. That wasn't existing before. So we'll see in a minute how do countries react to that. Article 18 has also already been discussed today. This is the article that introduces the general principle that every author and performer needs to be appropriately and proportionally remunerated for every transfer of exclusive rights, including the making available right. And in Article 1922, I will not elaborate on those. Those are the articles concerning transparency. We've already discussed those a bit. So the general aim of this directive is ensuring that online exploitations lead to fair remuneration for, today I say performers, but actually that should be all right holders. So 14 out of 27, these countries have implemented, the green have implemented, the yellow are almost there. Almost there. Almost there means there is a text. There is already a proposal on the table that is publicly known, that is being discussed with the different stakeholders. And red means we're nowhere. We're still in the dark what they're actually trying to do in those countries. So Slovenia is almost there, and that's why it's important to meet here today. And I need to make a little remark on France. It says green, but actually it should be red too, because they have not implemented this directive completely. This is the copyright directive. This concerns a lot of stuff, including a small part on performers that they have already implemented. So for what concerns us, France is done, but for what concerns, for instance, libraries, they still have a little work to do. I'm not going to elaborate on this, but in October last year, the European Parliament called upon the Commission and the EU member states with the message, you're not doing this implementation fast enough. You need to speed up. This needs to be done because it's important that you have strong remuneration everywhere as soon as possible. And they made a reference to Article 18. They said, and look specifically at Article 18, look where you have to adapt and where you have to bring additional regulation and make sure that whatever you do, it's effective. So don't just write words. Make sure that the words you write, that they lead to an effective remuneration. So, just the Commission then listened to the Parliament, and they said, member states, you have to implement. So they started the official infringement procedure. So again, it was adopted April 2019. The actual deadline was June last year. July last year, the Commission took a first step, sending out letters. You received one, saying, you have to speed up. Tell us why you have not yet implemented, because the deadline was last month. 23 countries received that letter. Last week, they sent out a second letter to 13 countries, 13 remaining countries, again with the question, where are you? We are giving you 2 more months to implement this directive, and then we will take this to the European Court of Justice, and then there is the threat of penalties, but in the end, this procedure is just to push everyone to implementing. So, Article 17, very short. Does YouTube have to pay performers? Yes, where it's green. No, where it's not. So Article 17 says YouTube has to pay, Facebook has to pay, but it does not say who. So if YouTube pays the music producers, that's okay. YouTube paid. There's no need to make sure that the performers actually get something from that. And there is, you should Google that, the black box of the social media remuneration. You should Google that. There's millions being paid by these platforms to, for instance, music producers, and that is not being distributed further to the musicians. It's just repertoire, payoff, buyout, and there is no second mechanism that distributes this money further to the actual tracks being used. So it's the labels are accepting a buyout themselves often. So there's several countries that did introduce something. Well, Spain didn't have to, because they already had the general remuneration right explained by Jose Maria earlier. So it doesn't matter whether Facebook does a communication to the public or whether they do a making available, or even if you would call it renting. I mean, we don't care what they do. There is a remuneration right on all sorts of exploitation. So Spain, they did a literal implementation, but it's okay because they have a system. Germany, as Thilo explained, they introduced a new system. So they said, again, they looked, adapt, or introduce additional legislation. They said, we do not have an existing system that would guarantee the fair remuneration of all right holders, so we will introduce an additional system, an additional remuneration right, specifically for these user-generated platforms. Now I have to look which country that is. Slovakia. Yeah, we have a joke. We have a running joke. I know. In Slovakia, they introduced a system which is similar to Germany. And here also Slovakia, on the map, they received a letter from the Commission last week. But that is because it's like a French situation. France also received the letter. So it is in the text. It has been voted. It already has been voted by the parliament. It's just that it has not entered into force yet. But it's green. It's there. And here, Belgium, they are discussing today, right now, as I speak to you in the Belgian parliament, they are approving or not the Belgian draft, which includes a system similar like Germany. And then, yeah, Article 18. So, again, did any country, because we said this directive had to change a lot, but has it? I mean, has any country, while implementing this directive, done anything specifically for Article 18? Well, I put Spain green. Again, they didn't have to, but the fact that this principle is now embedded in a directive makes their position stronger. So they can use the reference to the fact that it is in an EU directive to negotiate and be stronger. Italy, they were already a nice place for actors. They introduced an additional remuneration right to cinema box office. So that exists nowhere else in Europe. And they said, so we have rental, broadcasting, making available. We have so many rights, but we do not have an additional remuneration when a movie becomes a success in the cinema. So they said, let's add that. No one opposed. You have Lithuania. They did not really change anything, but what they did as a result of Article 18, they strengthened the position of collective management, because you all know that when you negotiate with a producer, you have to give him your rights. And then when you say, but I am a member of IPA and I have an agreement with IPA that they can manage these rights for me, producer will say, these rights do not exist yet. First you make the movie, and when you make the movie, you get the rights. But now you sign the contract that you give these rights to me and not to IPA. So in Lithuania, they installed a system that actually says that a producer cannot do that. So if you have mandated your collective management organization with these rights, this cannot just be altered by an individual contract. So the general affiliation to a collective management organization goes above the individual exception of a contract. And again, yellow Belgium, because again, today, as we speak, the Belgian draft also includes a remuneration right for platforms like Netflix, Deezer, and the commercial one. So that was added last week, and that is what is really part of the discussion today. So, currently, as you see, the copyright directive has not changed a lot, but a lot of these countries were already a good place for actors. Now, these are the countries remaining, and yeah, here I see the gray, but you don't see the gray. So, but you will recognize the country. So these are the countries that still have to implement this directive and where there are still possibilities, including Slovenia. And in the afternoon, we will have someone elaborate a lot on the current Slovenian proposal. And yeah, for me, I Google translated this. I do not even know how to pronounce it, but it should be thank you. So. Okay, we're all spread a bit. Jose Maria is there, Tilo is here, Gregor is there, Paul is there. But if you want to ask a question, ask a mic, because if not, the people, and I've heard it's more than 100 people watching us live. Oh, we're already at 200? Well, that makes me nervous. So thank you very much, everyone that is watching us. So if you have a question, and really, I'd like to insist that we open the debate now, ask questions, ask us difficult questions, but use the mic so that the people behind the computer screen can listen, can hear your question.
Thank you, Paul. Paul, don't worry. It's not so much a question, rather than a note. We have learned from experience that the implementation of the directive is made best when it is properly thought over and not just a verbatim transposition of the rules. So this is perhaps something we should dwell on a little bit. A proportionate remuneration for performers may be transposed verbatim, just include in the law, yeah, performers shall have appropriate and proportionate remuneration, and we can let the court interpret this provision. But the wise thing to do is, I believe, to really think about what this means. What is proportionate and what is appropriate? And then include something in the law that corresponds to that. And that's, these are the best practices all over Europe. This is what you see in Spain. This is what you see in Germany, that the transposition tries to make use of what is in the directive and not merely transpose it verbatim. That's why it is not very wise, I believe, from the European Commission to put pressure on member states, because if you have 2 months to transpose a directive or you face an infringement procedure, you usually choose a verbatim transposition. You say, yeah, we include this in the law and see what happens. And what I'm trying to encourage ourselves to do is go deep in the recesses of the directive and see what it really means, rather than just take one provision and reflect it or repeat it in national law. Thank you.
Thanks. No, I just would like to follow up on Paul's remark, which I think is crucial, because if a country implements the directive by just copying and pasting Article 18, it will surely happen that the producers in that country will say, whatever I have agreed with the performer as payment, that's fair, proportionate, and equitable as per the directive, so therefore we are fulfilling with it. And we know from experience that that is not the case. So I think this is crucial.
it's a strange discussion. If only the panelists discuss, but I think I can only join this position. But I would like to address or repeat my concerns regarding the contractual provisions. I mean, it's more than Article 18 if you have this verbatim transposition. You will also have to implement the provisions on transparency and contract adjustment, which sound nice, but does not really help. And that's why I would like to refer to my example. The blacklisting issue is not solved by the verbatim transposition of these specific provisions, which are intended to improve the position of performers, but to our experience, unsuccessfully.
Thank you, first of all, to IPA and IPO Artis for organizing this workshop. First of all, a declaration, I'm a producer, so probably the only one here in the room. But I would, listening to this, to the Spanish case and the German case, I'm very grateful to be able to hear that in person. I would be interested to know what are the relations to both the authors and the producers' remuneration cases in both these countries. Because I think, especially as IPA represents all three groups of right users, right holders. Thank you. It would be interesting in case of Slovenia, as we are in this situation of implementing the directive, to be aware of all those cases. So maybe that comes up in a discussion later. But yeah, maybe a direct question to both Jose Maria and Tilo to perhaps shortly explain what the cases are in Spain and Germany, yeah, if that is possible. Just to follow up on also the case of producers, you know, we can also be very small and not have the bargaining position, especially in countries like ours, which is not the biggest in the world. And that goes both for bargaining position and blacklisting and all those cases. I mean, we are extremely small, but we've had experience in working with Netflix, so we know a little bit of what that means. And what I would also be interested in, if you perhaps know for Lithuania, the cases that they make, or perhaps also for Spain and Germany, the directives that they implement, and this is something that we've been talking with the legislators here. What happens with the works that were done previously? We have talked with other authors and I know Klemen Dvornik here has really used the expression, and I would in a sense agree, of the lost generation of authors and performers actually having no rights, because this is the main, the time, these last 20 years was the main time when they did the most of their works. What happens with those works in other countries? Is it the same, that then this does not fall into place at all? So thank you. Yes, sorry, it's three quite extensive.
Oh, thank you. And I will go to Jose Maria to answer this question, because I think it's a very good question. When in Spain, a movie from 1993 is made available on a platform like Netflix, do the actors still get remunerated for that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, this applies to every performance or work which is not yet in the public domain. So if the work is from the 1930s, they won't be getting any right. But if the work is from 1993, both performers and authors would get their rights. So in my intervention, I wasn't suggesting that the producers are evil. What I may say is that the producers, of course, they're business people. They want to cut down the costs as much as possible. And, you know, buyout agreements with performers, they're not bad per se. And I think this is the most common practice in Europe. And I can understand that you would try to pay as less as possible to performers. So the way for performers or even authors to at least be able to participate in the results of the movie, if the movie has a great result, the only way for the performer or the author to participate in this result is by means of a remuneration right. So you were asking what happens also with the directors and with the producers. Well, in Spain and in most countries where you have this remuneration right, it is granted to both performers and authors. The authors, at least in Spain, being directors, writers, and the composers of the music specifically composed for the movie. But the producers do not enjoy this remuneration right because we're talking about a primary use, which is being directly licensed by the producer. So for instance, you were saying that you have experience with Netflix. So it means you are licensing your content to Netflix. Netflix is already paying you. And you have paid very little to performers. So what happens next is that Netflix will continue to pay you or not. It depends on what you have agreed with Netflix. But it will definitely pay remuneration to authors and directors and performers. I hope this is more or less what you were looking for.
Yeah, perhaps I can add on that. I mean, the challenge in a joint society to consider all different positions is always there. And my example was also something. The one with the contract adjustment, what the union achieved. So usually these lobbying activities are organized by the respective unions, and that's how we solve that. So GBL itself did not really lobby for that right, but the specific right holders represent their interests, as IFPI does, and of course the respective unions. In Germany, the new remuneration right will affect all productions, but the income generated is of course the current one. So if there's an exploitation of contributions of the lost generation, they of course also benefit from this, because I mean usually their buyout contracts are especially important to be accompanied by this additional right. So we do not exclude old repertoire. Everything is included. And regarding the position of small producers, this is also an issue we discussed in Germany. And I personally think that this disconnection of the remuneration right from the contract between the producer and the platform is also to the benefit of the producer, because he has not to adjust the payments to the creators, the authors, and the performers. And so in principle, because it's a different stream disconnected from the licensing agreement, it helps producers to receive the licenses while decently paying performers and authors because of that additional stream. That's the idea behind it. Thank you.
I just wanted to add also to Tina's question, if I understood it well. All the rights that are new, implemented by law, they establish a new right to every person, even though if he had before some buyout contracts made already, if he or she transferred all the rights, if the law implements new right, then it's not within that contract. So the user, whether that be a platform or producer, has to get additional right with contract or somehow otherwise. But my question to Thilo was actually for the German situation, because we have this specific law on class action, but did you consider a class action to go around that blacklist situation? Because in a way, class actions can repair such things if the legal terms for class actions are in state.
I mean, we don't have that provision, and for me it's difficult to understand how a class action shall work in that case, because contracts are individual and buyout fees are also individual, and the profit made from a specific movie is also very individual. So the only possibility I could imagine regarding class action is that you represent not only your actor or yourself, but other actors involved in that film. But even there, the conditions for the buyout fees can be very different. So it will be different to adapt the discrepancy you can identify in an individual case to the other colleagues. So it would not really help, because the adjustment is always a very individual issue, from my understanding. But in addition to that, we were discussing these not class action, but yeah, it's more an action for third parties, that you represent the union to sue on an individual base. But the problem is then still the disclosure, because you have to expose this the actor or the actress which is not paid, who is not paid decently. So in principle, for me, it's difficult to understand how class action should help in that case, because it's not a general discrepancy you can apply on all other cases.
Yes, I'd like to come back to your question in response to what happens with authors and producers. The situation in Slovenia is very peculiar. You have authors, performers, and producers. Actors, visual authors, and producers in one society. I admire that. That's an asset. Keep it as long as you can. But there is not much ready-made, already offered solutions in copyright that would offer you a one-size-fits-all solution. Performers have the weakest bargaining power. Therefore, they mostly fall back on remuneration rights. Actors are very protective of their exclusive rights, so they are reluctant to give them up. Therefore, what is available for them is, in most cases, extended collective licensing. We are going to talk about this afternoon. And the same is true for producers, as long as it is difficult for them to exercise their rights individually. In most cases, it is not. But if it is, extended collective licensing is available also for them. But still, while performers enjoy remuneration rights, authors mostly exclusive rights, producers enjoy them all. They have rights on their own. and they also have derivative rights that they have acquired from other contributors. And this is bundled together, and this is really difficult to manage collectively in most countries. It's exercised individually. But when we are going to talk about extended collective agreement this afternoon, let's come back to that, whether there is something that really fits everyone, and even sexy in the sense that it strikes a perfect balance between state intervention and individual exercise of rights. Let's see whether this is you, whether extended collective agreements is you. Thank you.
Thank you. I would also like to answer your question, because there is always the argument that all these different remunerations to authors, producers, and now also performers, that they are connected, and that that Netflix collects $14.99 a month, Spotify collects $9.99 a month, and that's all we have. And so if you now ask something, then we have to take away something from the authors or the producers. Now, in the childish economy, that is correct, because it's one pie, and this is, if you take an extra cut for someone else, then there's less pie for the others. Well, first of all, if there's one person at the table that does not have a piece of pie, that is not a bad situation. But that's not even the truth, because the pie they are presenting you is not everything they bake. They have different business models. I mean, they're not only getting money from the customers, they're also getting a lot of money on the customers, on their profiling, Spotify, selling advertisement and all. I mean, so the income is not limited to that. And I always use one example that makes that really clear in the audiovisual world, Netflix. I mean, if you use that argument, then look at what the Audiovisual Media Services Directive, which is another directive that probably you all know. It's the directive that imposes new rules on platforms like Netflix, bring them closer to broadcasters, because broadcasters, they have a large editorial responsibility, so they need to look at what they let children watch and stuff like that. So, but part of that AVMS directive also imposes on these streaming platforms a local an obligation to invest in local production. Now, that is a remuneration that goes directly to the producers of those countries, let that be clear. So it's actually an additional remuneration to the local producers. And that money is a percentage of their annual turnover. And all of it, that's possible. So no one said, yeah, but where do we get that money? Well, you get that money with Netflix. They're going to pay it. And I sat down with producers and producers organizations, and the percentages, they went from 2% to 8%. Like, there was a proposal on the table. We want Netflix to invest 4% of their annual. And then producers, no, we want it to be 8. Double. Producers thought there's money enough with Netflix. But when the actors come to the table and ask for an additional remuneration right, all of a sudden, no, end of the world, no more local production, loss of diversity. I mean, there's no more money. So, yes, there is some truth in it. Somehow, these remunerations are connected, because in the end, it is a closed business model, but it's not as simple as that. So I do not accept the blunt argument of saying what you give to performers is something that you have to take away with producers and with the authors. Because, I mean, what you see in the last 2 years, and COVID has accelerated that, is that on the music side and on the audiovisual side, the streaming business has boomed. I mean, they're so proud. Their numbers have gone up 19%, 30%. I mean, 1 million extra subscribers. Disney, in its first year of being active, they even went higher than several others that were present already 10 years. So It's a booming business. And then I always ask myself the question, like, when will there ever be enough money to say, okay, let's give a share to the actors too? Because if you, on the one hand, report that you're getting more and more and more income out of streaming, and on the other hand, you keep on saying, but if we give something to actors, then there's less for the others. That's a logic I don't understand. Gregor.
Yes, I'm also one of those guys who does not believe in one cake story. I began my copyright career like 15 years ago. There was only one society at that time in Slovenia operating, and we were hearing from them, yeah, it's one pie, you will ruin the system, we have to... After 15 years, the situation is total contrary. We are all gathering. The more collecting societies are, the more we are gathering. So, and there is still a lot of room to improve. You were mentioning the income. Our main users are cable operators, and I will just tell you a Slovenian case. The biggest four, their income is 1.2 billion euros yearly, and they're only paying for audiovisual authors 5 million yearly. So I believe that they're charging, for example, my package at my house, it's like 60 euros. And of course, if they will put additional 10 cents or 15 cents monthly for performers, I will not even blink with my eye. I will just pay 60.15, and I'm explaining to them that it will definitely not ruin their system. And we also hear a lot that new rights will bring the rise of the monthly payments, and I said to them, in less 10 years you raised your price like 30–40%, but there was no new rights in Slovenian legislation, but they were just pumping up, the price monthly. So I totally share your point of view that there is a lot of money. I have, but of course, as a joint society, and of course we are talking about neighboring rights, and producers' rights are also neighboring rights. I have a question for Jose Maria. In Spain, how do producers collect rights from the cable transmission? And a lot of services are also on the top of the cable transmission, like time shifting. It's very difficult for, I believe, to collect these rights individually, even if you are the biggest producer. That's one question. The other question is, how do producers collect money from bars, shops, and everything else? Thank you.
Maya, do you want to add another question here?
I will wait.
Yes, Gregor. Well, in Spain, the producers, they collect whenever there is the so-called related right, like, for instance, private copy or cable transmission. But for me, the easiest way to put it is producers can only collectively collect or manage rights arising from secondary uses, meaning by uses they have not licensed directly. So I'll give you an example. The producer licensed the movie to a TV station. So the producer is directly licensing it. It's getting its money. The producer doesn't need a collective management society to license this movie. Now the signal from this TV station is out there, and you have a cable operator who gets this signal and includes it in its offer. In doing so, this cable operator is not obtaining any authorization from the producer. The producer has not authorized that, has not licensed that. The producer has just licensed the TV station. So the offer of this movie by cable operator, that's a secondary use. And because it is very difficult for the producer to go after every cable operator, they all gather together in their own collecting society, like IPA, and collect it. Another example, venues open to the public venues. Here you have two different models. One model is they have TV sets in the bar or in the hotel or wherever, any public venue. So they are receiving the signal, the TV signal. Remember, this TV signal, the movie which is being carried by this TV signal has been licensed by the producer directly. But what the producer has not licensed is the business that the public venue is making. Because by having these TV sets in the bar, he's having more clients, and he's selling wine, gin and tonic, sandwiches, or whatever. So he's making money out of having these TV sets. That's another secondary use. And then again, the CMO of producers go after them and collects these rights. But what you cannot expect from a CMO representing producers is go and license primary users. Unless, of course, you have some very small producers who are incapable of reaching out to the mainstream, to the main TV stations or main users. Well, in that case, but this would be voluntarily collective management. All these producers could gather and try to sell collectively or license collectively their movies. But I haven't seen this in my life. What I see most often is these producers go into any film market, like in Cannes or in Santa Monica or whatever, and sell their products. But they cannot, they don't usually license them. I don't know if this is what you were asking.
Yeah, I just have a note on Slovenian actors or performance that we usually forget, but it's typical. We cannot unionize. We don't have a union, so we don't have a collective bargaining position towards I don't know people who can we cannot bargain. We only have a guild that is association, which by our law doesn't have the bargaining position. So it is so important to have strong laws, legislature to help us. This is something we have to keep in mind when talking about our performers' rights.
And we're going back to Jose Maria.
Because I think this is very important. I think you really need a strong union. I think that's out of the question. But I think the union, my opinion, should be more focused on labor issues. Timetables, time schedules, wages, security measures, these kind of things. When the union starts dealing with exclusive rights, and this is a very old debate that we have had with FIA and the unions in FIA, when they start messing around with exclusive rights, the most they are going to get, and this I'm talking from personal experience, for instance, in Spain, it's a tiny, small extra payment for the transfer of those rights. And here we go, buyout agreements. They get paid peanuts for all these rights which they are transferring. And the performer will not benefit ever from the exploitation of his performance. So I think unions should focus on what a union traditionally focuses, which is the well-being of the workers, the conditions in the set, the time, the traveling, the wages, everything, and let collective management organizations deal with intellectual property rights. I know this is not a very popular thing to say. I know that if I say this in a FIA, and I've said it many times, in a FIA meeting, some people might want to burn me. And I always say it because, Ana Marija, you've been there, and you've just seen how they reacted. No, we need exclusive rights. That gives us a lot of bargaining power. They give you what? Do you really think exclusive right gives you bargaining power? No, it does not. And I come back to the example I gave. Screen Actors Guild in the US, they have huge bargaining power. They don't have exclusive rights. So the bargaining power comes somewhere else. It doesn't come from having exclusive rights. So, yeah, you need strong unions, but focus on the well-being of actors.
Yes, I agree. We cannot unionize because of the law. This is something because mainly audiovisual actors and other workers are freelanced, and by law they cannot unionize. This is one of our problems. But I do agree that collective organization is the one to take care of our rights. So.
Thank you. And currently in Europe, the Commission is investigating that possibility for solo independent workers to organize, to unionize.
Yeah.
And there also the discussion will be, what can this union actually agree on? Will it only be the working conditions that Jose Maria just referred to? Pregnancy leave, conditions on the set, stuff like that? Or will it also include intellectual property? I'm going to give the word to Tilo, and then I really want some actors to speak up because, okay.
Hello, my name is Ana Maria Vrdoljak. I come from Zagreb, Croatia, and I'm a president of new-founded CMO AVIP, which represents audiovisual performers, actors. Also, I'm very active in FIA. I'm a board member, and let's say I have sort of experience. I already met Tilo and Ion and Jose Maria on FIA CMO's meetings. I'm very happy to be with you today. So it's very interesting what you were talking about. Hello, Mr. Paul. I was born as a Bokor, which is a very Hungarian surname. I'm Vrdoljak. Well, so it's interesting what you are talking about. Is that we just got license to work this CMO AVIP, and our members, actors, mix up working conditions and intellectual property rights. So it's a really exhausting to explain them. And at the same time, you must know I'm just an actress, and I'm also not very, you know, I have a great lady, a lawyer who works with me, and it's very helpful. It's interesting because I can represent shortly our situation. Jose Maria helped us a lot, and also we are in a contact with Hungarian colleagues, Mr. Pál. So we have this situation that we got a license for a blank tape levy and also for cable retransmission. In practice, we actually got money only for a private copy, which is on annual basis. I will be very open with you. I think it's best. So, which is on annual. It's amount of money of 20,000 euros. When we pay some provision to our sister music organization, which collects money for all CMOs in Croatia. On the end of the story, on annual basis, we have about 17 and something thousands euros. So you must say it's not enough to have an office, to have a staff, to pay for databases, for softwares, to do all this. You know, you have actually on the end nothing for your members. And now we are negotiating. Now we are talking about the pie. One of our members, very famous actor, he said, we are like a child who hasn't been invited on a birthday party for 30 years. And I would continue. And now it's a question, is there any cake for this child? So we have to, we are negotiating with authors, musician authors, discographs, and music performers for cable retransmission, which is on. I succeed to. I managed to have a meeting. I'm laughing because it took me weeks to have all of them, because they're not interested to be on that meeting. That's it's completely clear. So finally, on 10th of June, we are going to have together meeting, and now we have these individual meetings, and we are. It's just crazy, but at the same time, it's very intensive and it's interesting, and I can say that it's my personal challenge, in a way, to do something for audiovisual performers. 2 days ago, we had a meeting, a second meeting with audiovisual authors and producers. There are very lots of bitterness about private copy because they think that on a general basis we do not collect enough money for all right holders for the private copy. But at the moment we are so hungry when they manage this for private copy to make it bigger, this remuneration for audiovisual sector, we are going to die. So that's what I was trying to explain them, that now they have to in a way give a little piece of pie, each of these right holders, for us to make us alive, and maybe, not maybe, then we can go all together and we can negotiate it on a general basis to make all this remuneration for audiovisual sector bigger. So I was trying to make it, I hope I was clear enough, and also I was trying to be short. Thank you very much.
So perhaps I can respond on that. I mean, I think it's of course depending on the legal framework. I mean, in Germany, for example, we do have the provision that if you are obliged to pay private copying levies, then you have the right to pay to every right holder. So there's no possibility to claim against the carrier or the importers if you do not represent all. And that's based on that, you have a quite a big bargaining power, because if you are included, the entity, if you are excluded, the entity loses its representativity, and this might be used. This is just one remark to your specific situation. Perhaps one should insist on provisions like that. Another issue regarding the guilds and the possibilities, we do have guilds and they can negotiate, and they do negotiate, but what they achieve is only bestseller provisions, that if you exceed a certain level of exploitation, then you get payments. But this is of course not covering all the general uses where the imbalance already takes place. That's why I can only encourage you that collective management is an important solution for that imbalance. Thank you.
When we talk about framework, it's very interesting that even we implemented in Croatia new directive. Even before that, the law, copyright law for audiovisual performers was really great, but it didn't work in practice. That's what we are talking about. When you say in Germany we have a framework, yes, we have a framework as well, but it doesn't. But in practice, it isn't. You know, it doesn't function in practice. And also, I forgot to say big thank to Ioan for our very intensive correspondence last couple of weeks. Yeah, I think.
I'm holding my back, holding myself really back, not to go ballistic when you say you are smiling, because I suspect that you will have the same comment. You know my position. I'm very open and very blunt in my exchanging emails with you. I think that it's very wrong when you say that you have to negotiate with authors, music authors. Come on, you should negotiate with users, and I think that in Croatia you have special situation. I will share our Slovenian situation because we totally understand how situation is, because we are also, as a joint society, in very, very close contacts with both with authors as well, and even with film producers. We had several meetings. We are going to Zagreb on a monthly basis. We are trying to help special authors. Now I'm glad that you actors also organized, to get out of this pressure from the really strong music sector which you have in Croatia. That's a fact. But it was the same situation in Slovenia. When author society, music author society is taking care of other rights, there is no food left on the table. Let's be very direct. Even when you take a look into CISAC reports, you have global income. We said that it flourished, this Netflix, this usage flourished, but income, global income of audiovisual authors, it fell to 4.9% globally. And audiovisual societies, audiovisual author societies went ballistic on CISAC meetings because they said this is not normal. But when you go case by case, then you see that in every state where music society is taking care of audiovisual sector, there is no growth. It was the case in Slovenia up to 2010. For more than 10 years, music society was taking care of audiovisual sector. They were getting like 1 million, 1 point something. It was very untransparent. Then our authors decided, and producers and actors decided to go on their own way. They established a society. Now we are collecting 6 million. And when you say that you're getting like 20,000 euros, that's they're just actors. Yeah. I mean, I understood. Yeah. It's no. I'm comparing what was altogether in Slovenia.
Our authors have another amount of money. I didn't want to be.
Which is very small. It is 4 times smaller than it is in Slovenia. That's why I'm making comparisons. Yeah. No, it's all informations are published openly because they're in reports of collecting society. We know exactly what the situation is. I wanted to say that in Slovenia, for example, actors are getting more than 300 euros yearly out of blank tape levy. That's why I think you have to be independent. You have to cut all the chains with music society, and the sooner you will do it, the better position you will have in upcoming years. That's my opinion based on 15 years of experience. Thank you.
I agree with you. This is I totally agree with you. You're definitely right. In Croatia, the person who actually managed the right for musician, he's a great lawyer and also musician, and he was the president of Croatia from 2010 until 2015. Before that, he managed to do all of this. So. You see, Gregor, I think that it's important to all audiovisual sector. You know my colleagues very well. I know them for years. I mean, but it's not so easy to do that. You do not need only decision. You also need to have enough money to be in a position to negotiate with cable operators. It's not like that. I don't want to be with you anymore. I'm going to do it by myself. I'm more capable to do it, So it's not just like that. So they are probably still with musicians when they're going to be strong enough, probably when they are going to feel to be strong enough to negotiate by themselves, they will do that. And you be sure that audiovisual performers will be with them in that moment. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, Ana Maria, you know what's my position. I don't know if it was me or Patricia answering you, but I'm going to be quite blunt. They are robbing you. As easy as that. I mean, 20,000 euros is a joke. So, look, the way it usually works, and I'm not just focusing on private copying, the way it usually works is forgetting about reprography. I'm just focusing on music and audiovisual. The way it usually works is, okay, there is this amount, which is to compensate music, and this is the amount to compensate audiovisual. So these amounts are going to be distributed between the different categories of right holders. So, for instance, in Spain, the music private copy, 50% goes to authors, 25% goes to phonogram producers, and 25% goes to musicians. And on the audiovisual private copy, it is shared equal parts between producers, authors, and performers. So my question to you is, do you know how much are the audiovisual producers collecting in Croatia?
Excuse me?
Do you know how much are the producers collecting in Croatia for private copy? Audiovisual producers.
For private copy, I have
30,000 euros.
30. So the music is getting the pie. But anyway, well, in that case, at least you should be receiving 30,000 euros, at least. But still, I think this is robbery. I mean, you need to sort out why the music is keeping 95% of the private copy. What is this? No one is making private copies of videograms? No one is making copies of movies? No. Okay, so in Croatia they're only copying music. Well, if that is the case, then but my suggestion would be for a group of us to go to Croatia and have a meeting.
Jose?
And even but even if it gets nasty, because also this is something that affects us all. Because when the music society is keeping the private copy money, it's not keeping the private copy money for Croatian actors. It's keeping the private copy money for Slovenian actors, for Spanish actors, for Hungarian actors, for German actors. So this is something which affects us all. We need to go there and say, look, this is the pie. You've been lucky. You've been for, 20, 30 years eating it all by yourself. But now we have here another player. And this player is not just Croatian. It's European. And then on cable retransmission, there is nothing you need to do with the music. You just need to set your own tariffs. You just need to make an evaluation on what is the value that your repertoire adds to the cable operator. And I can tell you that people watching movies, they are not watching the movies because of the script, because of the director. Sometimes they do. If it's one of these huge directors, definitely they are not watching the movies because of the violin background. They're watching the movies, and sorry about this, Tilo, but this is the way it is. People go to the movie because of the actors. They are the main asset in a movie. So you do not need to negotiate nothing with the music. You need to see their tariffs. You need to see the tariffs of other societies in Europe. Make a comparison, set your own tariffs, and go after the cable operators.
I will be very short. I just have something to add in order not to lose a message. We are here. You said that, of course, it will not be easy. It will be a long fight. But you have us. You're already working with us. Budapest is couple of hours away. Ljubljana is a couple of hours away. So we can always jump in. You can always count on IPO artists. And I think that you have really historical opportunity to break this chain and be a leader and show the way to producers and to authors as well, because they're really fighting a big struggle. And it is a big struggle in Croatia, as far as I know.
Just one remark. I think what is important is to have repertoire. And this starts with who do I represent? And I mean, on behalf of IPO artists, I can only encourage you to join the international community and also SCAPA, because without bilateral agreements or at least some letters of intent to represent international repertoire, your negotiation power is of course very limited if you are limited to your national repertoire. So this is also something I would consider. And of course we are more than willing to help you.
Hello to everyone. Just to introduce us, In the back, okay, I will stand up, it's easier. I'm Jelena from Serbian organization, we are new as well, and it's a very similar situation like in Croatia. And nice to meet you, by the way, today, and we are very happy to be here, so thank you, Gregor, it's very helpful for us. And I have two questions, of course, like Croatian colleague here. In Serbian law, we have about private copy for performance, audio and audiovisual, we have 30%, and we are now in position to negotiate how many percent should go to audiovisual performance and how to stay in audio. So just a comment on that, please. And what is the relationship between authors in audiovisual and performers? Because in Serbia, there is maybe expectation that performance should get less in tarifa. I'm talking about tarifa now. But we are trying, I mean, Jose Maria and I, we have the same opinion why people go to the movies, to cinema and go movies. So what is the practice about the difference between authors tarifa and performances tarifa? Thank you.
Does anyone want to answer that question? Gregor? And then I have to round up.
I have very good case from the time when I was negotiating on behalf of music performance. I bought ABBA CD, ABBA Gold CD, and then I bought some cover band ABBA CD, and ABBA CD was like 25 euros. This cover CD was 2 euros. The authors were the same, just performers was the different. Meaning, and even in the old time of discography with the deals, authors got like, I don't know, 2 or 3% of mechanical rights. Performers were always getting 10 or 12% of those rights. So you have different views, but and we never accepted the point that one right or value of one right should be related to the value of the others. At least within IPA, authors are totally independent than performers, and they're negotiating independently. Regarding the share, as far as Black Tape Live is concerned, in our legislation, we have it's by the law. 40 goes to the authors, 30 goes to performers, and 30 goes to producers. So there is no discussion because it is set by the law. And but the whole pie, it's approximately. Nicola can go into more details. He's running the society for Blank Tape Levy, but overall share is like 50-50. 50 goes to for the audiovisual, and 50 goes to music, and some small portion goes to literal authors.
Okay, I see it's already 12:27, so everyone is getting ready and hungry. I'd like to thank everyone for being here. There's two things I would like to say as a conclusion of this very interesting morning session. One, when we get back in the afternoon, please, all the people that sit in the back, sit up front, because I got the message from someone saying the room looks empty, which is not the case. If everyone is sitting behind the camera, the people watching it online think we are in an empty room, but which is not the case. People, it's not the case. So if you come back in the afternoon, sit up front. And secondly, I got another text message which says that in Belgium, where we talked about, it was yellow because they introduced a system to install an additional remuneration on Article 17. That was approved 2 weeks ago by the Parliament. And then there was an amendment to introduce an additional remuneration on Spotify and Netflix platforms. That was discussed this morning. And I just received the message, hooray, it has been approved. So let this be an extra pressure on those countries that still have to implement. There is still something you can do. Literal is not what we want. We want to grow. We want every country to grow more towards those countries that were in green as best places. We heard some great examples of what is possible. Dear people of Slovenia, make it possible. And in the afternoon, we will start with Robert Kordic, and we will elaborate more on what is in the current Slovenian draft. So everyone, have a great lunch, and I will see you all back at 2 o'clock. For the people watching online, we will get back at 2 in the afternoon. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, for an afternoon session. We started much later, so I hope that the people that follow us online are still there. Yeah, thank you for waiting for us. It was one important lesson we learned this morning, that is, if everyone sits in the back, the people at home think we're in an empty room, so don't sit at the last row. So, gonna keep it short because we already lost lots of time to good food. Thank you, Aipa. So, in this afternoon session, we have 2 more shorter sessions. The last session will be with Paul Tomori, who will explain us how extended collective licensing for performer rights works, and whether that is an opportunity for us, and definitely for Slovenian performers. But we will start with Mr. Robert Kordic, do I say that right? Who is an attorney at CMS law firm, and he will elaborate more on, well, the situation in Slovenia. Is it a good situation that we're looking at? Is it a bad situation? And once again, we advise everyone to ask questions. If you have a question, our teachers used to say there are no stupid questions, there are only stupid answers. Well, they go together, but today we will only have smart questions with smart answers, so ask them, okay? Robert, thank you for being here, and like I just explained, you have to speak in the mic for the people online. Sure.
So, hello everyone. As I was already introduced, my name is Robert Kordic. I'm from the CMS law firm here in Ljubljana, focusing on IP mostly. And today we are going to discuss a little bit about the draft, how the copyright directive will be implemented in Slovenia. Now, as a lawyer, typically there's some disclaimer. So first of all, everything what you hear is my personal opinion and not the opinion of my firm. So if you don't like what I say or how I look, don't judge the firm. Second of all, as you may hear from my voice, and if I sneeze, don't worry, it's not COVID or it's not something else. It's just pure and old stylish allergy. And the third disclaimer, which is basically a spoiler, usually when there's a new law, when there's a draft, lawyers tend to race to it, criticize the hell out of it, boo everything down. This is not going to happen today. Basically, this is the main spoiler. We are actually looking at a quite bright future. So, to start, although directive on the copyright and the related rights in the digital single market had to be implemented before June 7, 2021, more than a handful of members of the European Union still haven't managed to implement it. Unfortunately, Slovenia is one of them. But nonetheless, we are in a time frame where the contractual counterpart of authors, and especially performers, should better be prepared for the new rights and obligations that will arise out of it before the actual implementation will take place. Now, I know there are most of the direction on the directive was focused on the debated link tax or the long-awaited liability regime for online content sharing services. But the impact of the new regulation, especially on aspects of fair remuneration for authors and performers, can and shall not be misunderstood. Article 12 of the directive stipulates that member states shall ensure that where authors and performers license or transfer their exclusive rights for the exploitation of their works or the subject matter, they are entitled to receive an appropriate and proportionate remuneration. Now, member states are free to further define these terms, and we'll especially take a look at how Slovenia has the first draft in this aspect prepared. But there are also aspects which have to be taken into account that this is a fair and balanced approach in the future. Following the implementation of the article, the contractual parties must be confronted, or basically the contractual partners can be confronted by claims of the authors and performers, and this will be, of course, also a topic of our upcoming debate then. Recital 73 of the directive specified that the remuneration should be appropriate and proportionate to the actual and protected economic value of the license or transferred right, taking into account the author's or performer's contribution to the overall work or the subject matter and all their circumstances of this case. Now, according also to the recital, there's a possibility for a specific lump sum payment, but so far I have not seen it in the drafts, which I'm quite happy of. One of the most significant new remuneration rights for authors and performers introduced by the directive is the contract adjustment mechanism, or the so-called bestseller right. The directive stipulates that member states shall ensure that the authors and performers of their representatives are entitled to claim additional appropriate and fair remuneration from the party with whom they entered into a contract when the remuneration originally agreed turns out to be disappropriately low. Now, in context of this regulation, also the third right, which will be crucial today, is the transparency regulation, or obligation, basically. It's directly linked because of this, because the member states now have to ensure that authors and performers receive on a regular basis, at least once a year, taking into account of all the specifics, of course, relevant and comprehensive information on the exploitation of their works and performances. Of course, this is a huge obligation for much counterparties, and there's some obligation how this transparency fulfillment can be still a little bit deviated. So there are two deviations on the transparency obligation foreseen. So if the administrative burden would be simply too much, and in the event where the contribution of the author is not significant in regards to the overall work. Of course, the transparency obligation will trigger further aspects like non-disclosure agreements, GDPR aspects, and all of this has to be then also taken into the future account. Let's take a look at the current draft, and let's start with the proportionate and appropriate remuneration as it is foreseen. So performers whose performances are recorded on a videogram, for example, film actors, have a new right to an appropriate compensation for each broadcast or some other form of communication to the public of the videogram with the performance. The second paragraph, now on the right, shows that the position of the performers whose performances are recorded is now reasonably equaled with the position of the performers whose performances are recorded on a phonogram, as it is the current version. So in the future, the performers on a videogram will receive also a fair and compensation of the use of their videogram with their performance on it. Of course, all performers are deemed to be entitled to the compensation, even, and this is crucial, if they have transferred their exclusive right, thus ensuring that they receive an appropriate compensation in the future, regardless of the transfer. The person who is liable to pay the compensation is the one who uses the videogram, actually. However, with regards to this topic, two main questions remained open for the discussion. Now, as I mentioned before, the directive gave the possibility to member states to further elaborate on what is an appropriate compensation. However, so far this has not been done, and I understand that because this is a very difficult topic and difficult question, and it has to be established always on a case-by-case basis. But the second topic is also crucial because while the directive gave us an indication when the transparency obligation have to be implemented, so 7th of June, it does not say when the appropriate remuneration and claims can be made. This means basically leaves us open a question. If I'm not confident and I'm not happy with my current regulation, does it, at the moment of the establishment of the new law, give me the right to basically renegotiate, or do I have to stick to the old Latin term pacta sunt servanda, so the contract has to be fulfilled, and I'm a little bit in a picky and have to wait until my contract ends to basically renegotiate this aspect. With regards to the bestseller regulation, the Copyright Act currently in place already contains a so-called success clause, which allows the author and also the performer and other holders of related right to request a modification of the contract and the determination of a fair share of the income if the use of the copyright works generates a profit which is manifestly disproportionate to the agreed or fixed remuneration. Now, The draft has aligned now this institution with the provisions of the directive, and more specifically provides that if the contractually agreed royalty or remuneration is manifestly disproportionate low in relation to any subsequent significant income derived from the use of the author's work, the author may request the co-contractor or even his successor to modify the contract so as to provide for an additional appropriate and equitable remuneration of the co-contractor or his successor in title. The author will be able to request an amendment of the contract from the first co-contractor or its successor in line. So there are basically the possibility to renegotiate those aspects. However, the key question which we have in this regard is basically how is the interaction between a disproportionately low income that they have agreed and the subsequent significant income generated. Here we also need further elaboration and discussion what this means basically when is what is disproportionately low and what is significant income. The Article 2082 of the current Copyright Act contains a provision on the recording of income and the obligation to report to the authors and the income generated, which is applied also to the performers. The provision on the recording of income and reporting is amended by further providing for the obligation of the users to keep appropriate books or other records to satisfy the reporting obligation to the authors or performers. To send basically, that means to send at least once a year to the party in request an up-to-date, relevant and comprehensive report on all uses made of the work, all revenue generated from the work, including income from the marketing of goods or services incorporated the work, and royalties which are based to the or due to the author. This is not only to the relevant stakeholder, but also to its successors. As I said, there are certain deviations for it, and all the transparency regulation here provided does not apply to collective society as they are regulated in a separate act. When it comes now to the collective society, well, their position is, of course, evidentially important. Also, the recital 72 of the Copyright Directive stipulate that authors and performers tend to be in the weaker contractual position when they grant a license or transfer their rights, including through their own companies for the perfect exploitation in return for remuneration. And those natural persons need to be protected and provided through the directive and also through further harmonization under our law. Here, the collective society will play an important role because, as said, new rights, new obligations, and also, unfortunately, new questions which arises require a unified and single-handed, strong opposing partner when it comes to the negotiations. Now, also, with the amendment of Article 9 of the Collective Management Organization Act, it provides for compulsory collective management in the case of a secondary transmission of the originally broadcast, originally transmitted television and radio program. In accordance with the directive, the definition now extends from only cable retransmission to also other forms of retransmission. There's also the collective management with extended impact, which is specialized on works which are not basically part or sold and placed into business processes, but basically made available through the public outside of legal circulation. So, for example, through certain institutions who take care of collective goods or artifacts, arts, etc. For them, the collective managements will in the future basically manage and establish their rights through this. One of the key aspects which we are still missing are the specific fund, because the current wording, or basically the current possibility of the collective right association, the country foresees some problems when trying to establish them and basically managing them. Collective rights associations have in the meantime, or basically through COVID, shown that through such fund they can significantly improve the can significantly promote the culture and activities of the performers and the performing arts, however, if the legal background also works in this regard. The most important aspect or most important deviation is that the current law does only see the usage of such funds for authors, so physical persons, not the legal entities, which are also the right holders. And the third one is basically the administrative proceedings when it comes to granting of rights to collective managing organization or changes. Here in the future, we hope that also the government and the ministry will see the importance of the Slovenian Intellectual Property Office and further establish the personnel there so that future administrative proceedings will go smoother and easier. In summary, basically, we are looking at a bright future for the performer's perspective, but unfortunately also still some open legal challenges and questions which has to be dealt with, and hopefully we can deal with them successfully. Thank you very much.
We have a second mic, but I don't know where it is right now. So does anyone have a specific question yet? You must have. I know at least 4 of you are lying. Oh.
It's very technical. You covered the last slide. I couldn't see what was there regarding extent collective licensing. I'm sorry, it's just I wasn't in the right angle. Okay. Okay, thank you. As I said, it's really technical.
Good question. Not the stupid one. Never had such an easy question.
I tried to embarrass you.
I think you addressed 2 things that we already addressed in the morning session. One, when you talked about the transparency obligations, we very shortly touched upon that this morning, and it's true what you said that in the video we showed, we summed it down to, I know this is a bad contract. You're just now very transparent on the badness of the contract. And while we were negotiating at European level on how this should be put in the directive, it was always our argument. It's very nice that we now have the right to know that we're entitled to 0. So it's very transparent because and on top of that, even what you said, lots of producers and users, they have this administrative escape button. So as soon as it becomes too difficult, they can push the button and say, it's too much work. And then when you say it's too much work, who's to judge what is a lot of work to do? So if they say, this is too much work for me, then they don't have to be transparent. So that's one escape button. And then if you can say, nah, it's not that much work, is it? And then, yeah, but I think you're not an important actor. No, it's because that's the second escape button they have. So if the actor, in their opinion, because who's to decide whether an actor has a significant role or not? If they decide you did not have a significant role, they have a second escape button. And it's very, we are here promoting collective management of your performer rights, and these 2 escape buttons, they do not exist for collective management organization. Administration is our business. We do not have an escape button that says too much administration. And for us, all performers are significant. We do not have a button that says you're not entitled to become a member because you're not a significant actor. So, and there again, there is categories of actors. There's actors with big roles, there's actors with minor roles, but it's the actors among themselves that decide what is a big role and what is a minor role and how much a minor role is entitled to receive, because everyone started out as a small actor, so everyone knows that if you need to be in this game from the beginning. If only big actors were to receive neighboring rights, then, well, then there might be less big actors because they help you become a big actor.
If I may add to this.
Yeah, just opening the discussion.
You have now mentioned 2 points. But there's a third point, which I touched on it, but I did not go into details. It's the aspect of non-disclosure agreements and GDPR aspects. Because now producers will answer like, oh, okay, we have a deal, but everything what you and I have agreed, it's confident between us. And if you break this confident, there's a penalty. And the penalty is probably much more than you're able to pay. And even if we actors among ourselves now have this information, and I want to get the transparent information, okay, how much did I work? Now there are two options. Either I come to you and you can tell me, but I'm not sure if you're right, but I'm not able to go to the producer and ask him, what does actor B or C have? Because he'll say, oh, sorry, GDPR. That's personal data. I cannot give the information just quite out-handedly like that. And I know also the Slovenian IP, so the Information Commissioner for Personal Data has a very strict point to this. And I'm not sure that you will give any leniency here, and that's so easy.
Thank you for taking my question out of my mouth and answering it. But the other thing is that, like, because we live in Slovenia where going to the court is a national sport of something. So I think that, like, how do you see this playing out in court? Because I think that sooner or later somebody will go to court with these contracts, with these rights, because even if the collective management is obligatory and mandatory, do you, in your professional capacity, think that we have the courts that are actually not strong enough but open enough to have a client, on one hand, a collective management organization, and on the other hand, Netflix or Google or YouTube or Facebook? Because this is the issue, I think. Like, we have the rights in the law. We can write in the law basically whatever we want as a small country. But what do you think, like, being from a legal company that deals in IP and commercial law, what would your sort of perspective be for these kind of cases that we bring before the court?
We have to break it down to the type of cases when we are now discussing. Now, when we discuss the aspect, okay, I wanted more transparency from the big players, sure, you'll get it. Sure, I'm definitely sure that individual claims made by author A or B against the company will get enforced. Unfortunately, it will take a lot of time. So the question now is, are the actors or basically the performance willing to take this time? Are they willing to go that far? Because it's not going to be only in Ljubljana, it will go all the way up through all the various courts. So this is one aspect. When it comes to the aspect of, which I mentioned, that we have the more transparency and analytical word, there are deviations. For example, the GDPR could basically also say, in general, producers have like this many contracts, completely anonymize the data, statistical analysis made. These are possibilities. Will they take it? I'm not sure. And I'll doubt it, that a producer will go that transparent initially by himself, or basically other big players. But the crucial point is, do we have the courts? Do we have the capacity? Yeah, actually, on a certain case, we do have the capacity, and we do have the court system in place to enforce that. But again, it takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of nerves.
So probably enough time and a lot of money and a lot of nerves that individual management...
And there we have basically our deal breaker for them.
Thanks.
I would like to have your comment on another bizarre situation we are facing now for a couple of years. You know well that according to the law and the directives, work of collecting societies should be transparent. But we just came from one General Assembly when we were talking about Netflix and other big platforms, and there were several collecting societies who were saying that they signed a contract with Netflix, but it's confidential. So that's something which doesn't go into my stupid head. How, according to our law, all tariffs should be public, work of the collecting society should be public. So how has it come that on European territory we have societies who can openly claim that this contract with some of the users is confidential?
That's a good question, but I can't answer that question because I would need to see the contract and the underlying context. But if I understood you correctly, they basically have a tariff agreement in another country where this is completely then confidential and no one knows exactly what the tariffs are. Is this the point? I don't think that such an approach would be possible in Slovenia directly. So,
or in other countries, I think it's in breach even with the directive itself. Because users should know what they're paying, how they're paying, how much they're paying, in order to be sure that they're not paying too much compared to the other users.
I don't know
maybe Paul will also have comments on that.
I don't know how the directives are actually implemented, but don't forget, please, even there are cases, not only in the IP world, but in the tax world, etc., where directives were wrongfully implemented or realized in certain countries, which then lead to litigation and disputes in front of the various courts, based on which the national law then had to be changed, and also the practice. So this is my general answer to a very specific question.
I just have one comment on what you said. You're talking about inclusivity of collecting societies that compared to the other forms of forcing the rights. I think that collective management is the best because we are inclusive compared to agencies. We are not just taking crème de la crème, but we are taking care of the whole sector. That's one thing. But I think there's also one maybe even more important thing for such market as Slovenia is, and it came into more important due to pandemic. Compared to the agencies, we have funds. Agencies, they don't have funds. They don't care about the ones who need it. So I think I would like if you say something more about social and cultural funds. Especially in Slovenia, we have a case, where these funds. So far, I think that these new amendments will bring a little bit broader aspect of it, but up to now, only right holders can and personal entities can be parts of these funds. But we believe, and practice all over the world shows that we achieve much more through the system, through the organizations, to the guilds and to the unions, rather than giving 100 euros to him, 100 euros to him, to her. It doesn't have that impact as we were organizing, I don't know, big action with some legal entity. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Societies or
yes, and because these are arguments that we've been facing all over Europe constantly. The argument that if you make collective management mandatory, there's a loss of diversity. You just proven the opposite. No, because we are inclusive organizations, we promote diversity. It's in the statement that we put on the first slide. We are inclusive, and that is promoting diversity. It's an argument used a lot by the music producers, that they are the ones investing in diversity. No, they're ones investing in what is commercially successful. The ones that are investing in diversity are the musicians themselves. They do something different every time. And it's producers that come in and say, maybe you should try a little bit more like that because that sells. So they're not promoting diversity, they're promoting sales, which is a good thing. I mean, it's a way to approach the career of a musician. I mean, yeah, sometimes you have to tell them, maybe you should not be that original if you want to make a living out of this. I mean, it's good for cultural heritage and it's good for diversity. It's not good for your career. That's an approach, but they are not entitled to use the argument of diversity. Second, the whole COVID funding. Yeah, what have you done for me lately? Nothing. These are private companies, and yes, they've done some internal work with their own artists, with their own roster. They've helped their people. Yes, that's true. But if you look at what collective management organizations have done, what I've seen since already March 2020 is collective management organizations of authors and performers getting together, starting these funds, making sure actors, musicians could pay the bills at the end of the month because they saw sometimes 80% of their income disappear because, woohoo, it's not that they could survive out of their Spotify money or out of their Netflix remuneration. No. So again, we saw, and we did within Scapra in April, we did a survey, and I think it was more than 60% of our member organizations that started or collaborated with the government on a fund. Because again, they're inclusive. They look out for the community, for the collective. And that's another argument we often have to face when they say, if you introduce mandatory collective management, that will only make the CMO better. It will not make the life of the individual performer better. It will make only the life of the CMO better. Yes, but the CMO doesn't exist. CMOs are not private organizations with private money. They represent a collective. So if the CMO gets better, the collective gets better. So yes, I've received these arguments multiple times, and it's stuff that you always have to repeat yourself. But hey, that's our job.
And I think that the third aspect I think we have to address is that we have to be more transparent. We are more under control than private agencies.
And we are already, because that was the third thing.
We are very regulated compared to the agencies.
And we do not have escape buttons. And actually, that was the third thing I needed to reply to, this individual right on information, where then sometimes you have people going as far as GDPR does not allow me to do this. Well, this is an individual right, but nowhere in the directive is it stated that it needs to be individually managed. So maybe national legislations should make that more clear, that the collective management of this right to information is a possibility. We did it in 2011 with the term extension directive that gave music recordings 20 years extra of protection, and then they introduced the system of an annual supplementary remuneration for older recordings. There you also had a right to information, and in some countries that was implemented, giving that right to information to the collective management organization, allowing them to request information on the whole sector and not on individual. So as soon as you reach a certain level of representativity, that your right on information becomes a right to receive information on all.
Just one bizarre thing also happened, Peter will correct me, like I think half a year ago we got a notice, that in America for the authors of music rights, these big digital platforms said we can do by ourselves distribution to the authors. We will do it by ourselves, we don't need collecting societies. And then there was a notice that then after, I don't know how much, 1 year, they said, oh, we have like $400 million. We don't know what to do with them. We don't have data. Please, collecting societies, help us. That's what collecting societies, we are really good, we have really good databases. That's something what we do compared to these other platforms.
Again, that's...
And I finished now, thanks.
No, but that's also one of these arguments that you constantly hear. Collective management organizations, they have black boxes. They have big mountains of money and they do not know who to distribute it to. I mean, it's true. It exists. And we call them black boxes because almost all collective management organizations are faced with sums of money that they do not know who to distribute it to. But actually, that's not a bad thing, because they acknowledge we do not know who this money belongs to, and it sure does not belong to us. You will not, and this is going live, but you will never hear a producer say, I've got a black box of money. No, if he doesn't know who it belongs to, it's his.
It's a new
so they
car.
don't have that problem of distributing money they don't know who it belongs to. And then they entered into contracts with platforms like Spotify, and then Spotify came to the conclusion, well, we have lots of money that we're not giving you, and we don't know who to give. So then all of a sudden Spotify had a black box, and then the first reaction was, oh, we're going to solve it ourselves. And then soon they got to the experts of how to clean up a black box, which is collective management organization. And again, this exists. but it's not always a bad thing. I mean, these black boxes exist as a kind of perverse effect of honesty. It's not mine. And that's why it's there, because someone says it's not mine.
I'm sure that every actor here present has its own lawyer, so they can easily manage this through their own legal help. No, thank you very much for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Paul.
No. CMS is a law?
Only law.
Only law. Okay, because I was wondering whether you have... yeah, thank you. Whether you have ready-made information of financial nature as to the influence and contribution of actors in general to the income generated by the media. Sorry, does IPA have any such surveys that would demonstrate how much performers contribute to the financial success of a certain industry? We regularly prepare such survey, and that's probably not a bad thing to do. These are rather expensive exercises, but that's something.
This one to go further, and if you go too far, you have to use these because this one is not.
No, it's not working. Okay.
If you have to go back.
Okay. Yeah. So we are approaching the end of the afternoon. I think I should be mercifully brief for everyone's sake. I'm Paul Tomori. I'm the CEO of the Hungarian Collective Rights Management Organization of Performers, and I will talk about this mysterious acronym CLEE, which stands for Collective Licensing with an Extended Effect. And why we are talking about this is that although as IAPO artists we promote mandatory collective management, there are some instances when this might not be the best solution, and one of them is when authors, producers, and actors would like to cooperate and share the same right or the same level of protection, and they still want to manage something collectively. In that case, extended collective management might be a better option than mandatory. I will dual some on why mandatory collective management is not always compatible with international treaties. This is an essentially legal matter that what I'm going to talk about. That's why I need your undivided attention. The doors are closed. You can't. Tilo and Jose Luis, they already escaped. They knew what was coming. You can't. But no. I'd like to structure this so that very briefly I would say a few words about what is it, what collective licensing with an extended effect is, how it came to be, how it is regulated currently at European level, and where do we go from here would be a sort of collective thinking, collective discussion, whether this fits you, whether this is something that is applicable to you. So what is it? The whole idea comes from the northern countries, from the Nordic countries. I should say that's better describes this region. They are a very cooperative country, and they worked out this sort of mechanism whereby one organization enters into a licensing agreement with one other user, but the CMO is so representative, it so essentially represents the substantial part of right holders that the law extends its representativeness to everyone else, whether they sign up with the society or not. So it's just one user against one CMO, and the CMO has the whole word repertoire, regardless whether some of the right holders are foreign right holders, whether they are they have joined the CMO or not. Here, how it looks like. Let's say we have a 28th member state of the European Union called Movieland. Movieland, of course, is full of great actors, and they organize themselves. So they create their own collective rights management organization, CROMA, which is the collective rights management organization of Movieland actors. CROMA members organize themselves in just one organization. But of course, there are some who are outside the organization, and of course, there are others in the 27 other member states of the European Union who are not members. Why would they be? Let's also assume that we have a streaming service provider, Goldflix, who specializes in vintage European art cinema. Yeah, strange taste, but for the sake of example, and they need to acquire all the licenses from Europe. Some they can have from CROMA, but not everything. They can individually solicit non-CROMA members and try to make a deal. They can also individually reach out to other collecting, but it's a lot of agreements. It's a lot of work. It's very expensive, high transaction costs, etc. Wouldn't it be simpler that it would be just one society, say CROMA, representing everyone, and that it would be just one deal between Goldflix and CROMA, covering everyone? That's extended collective licensing. By virtue of the law, under certain circumstances, statutory provisions may extend the right of CROMA to represent everyone. It is simple, it is cheap, but is it fair? Is it also fair? Is it something that everyone would welcome? Say a big star. I negotiate myself. I negotiate by myself. Why would I be represented by a CMO? Or someone from France would say that, oh, okay, I don't want a collecting society from another member state signing up me for Goldflix for a price I don't even. So would it be fair? Yes, it could. It could if members would be allowed to opt out of the system. And opting out, that is to say, refuse to take part in this mechanism, is very much the essence of extended collective licensing. So it cuts both ways. On the one hand, it is extended to everyone as a default value, but then you can say, thank you, but no thank you. I want to be out of this regime and make my own deals. If the opt-out option is not there, then this all of a sudden becomes mandatory collective management instead of being extended. And this might already be a problem with international treaties. I'm not going to details very much on this. It just suffice for the purposes of this presentation that mandatory collective management is interpreted as a limitation of the exclusive rights, and limitation is permitted only within a very restricted segment of the rights. We have a an instrument or a tool called a three-step test. This is a test through which you can analyze whether a limitation is still fair, still something that does not interfere with the legitimate interests of the right holder, and whether it complies with the normal exploitation of a right. So a limitation is a very sensitive thing. For example, allowing news outlets to use certain excerpts of a performance for information purpose, that's a limitation. Most of the free use, as we know it, is a limitation. Okay. So the whole thing was invented in the early 60s in the Nordic countries by a Swedish law professor who, by the way, was also a labor law expert. And that's important to remember because the entire idea comes most likely from labor law, from unions. I don't know whether you are familiar with this, but unions very often enter into sectorial agreement so that there are several unions or just one big union that agrees with the largest employer or the association of employers on certain terms of labor, and then it is extended to the entire sector because the benefit of this agreement covering everyone is much higher than the detriment to the individual worker not being able to negotiate individually. Okay? This started as a broadcasting deal in the early 60s. Then it was extended to other areas. The first general set of rules appeared in Denmark in 2008, was then followed by Sweden and Norway, and that was the period when ECL was found a very flexible, very useful, and ultimately very sexy form of licensing because, as I perhaps already mentioned, this is the perfect blend between state intervention and individual autonomy. And this is something which is very, very important in copyright. The whole structure of the whole regime of copyright is about striking the proper balance between public benefit, the right of right holders, and the intervention of the state. So ECL is a very good tool to that. You will have the copy of this presentation later on, so I'm not going to go very much in detail. You will be able to read it yourself, and I don't want you to abuse your patience. After a couple of years, it has become clear that the extended collective licensing is based on 6 elements. The first is that the agreement must come first. It means that nothing happens on the basis of law. The whole system is triggered when there is already an agreement, a freely negotiated agreement between a willing buyer and a willing seller. The second thing is the CMO must be representative. Representative, and we come back to this very shortly later on, is not necessarily majority. Representativity is something that you represent a substantial number of the repertoire used in your country, however substantial is defined. What is also nice about extended collective licensing is that it gives legal certainty to users, meaning that they are free from infringement claims. and from individual claims. If you represent everyone, if you set your tariffs, if you strike a deal with them, no one can claim after that I don't like this deal. However, members can opt out of the regime and say that I want to opt out at the outset. I don't want this deal covering me. I take care of myself just nicely. Do not represent me, and that makes it compatible with international treaties. Okay, these are the benefits as perceived in the Nordic countries. That's what Norway and Sweden and Denmark said about ECA. Again, I'm going to send it to you. We are not going through this. It's just an impressive list of benefits that they see. Okay. Extended collective licensing does not work without government oversight. That's also an important ingredient. There has to be a public authority deciding who is representative. That's probably very important. There has to be a sort of mediation mechanism if negotiations are stuck, if there are complaints from right holders or users that the system is not applied properly. They need a forum to discuss this. So government intervention or state intervention is there, but rather than deciding who does what, just helping the process. That's what makes it flexible. Okay, there are a few legal alternatives to extended collective licensing. Very briefly, the last three and four, compulsory collective management and legal license. What some say about mandatory collective management, what is less likable about collective mandatory collective management is that it is more intrusive. It reduces the choice of the right holder, because in case of mandatory collective management, there is no opt-out. You are there, whether you would like it. In most cases, and in the case of performers, this is the advisable solution because of the bargaining power of performers, except for certain stars, but they should be in solidarity with the rest of them. You know what's rule number 1 in SAG, in the Screen Actors Guild of the US? You don't know what's rule number 1? Rule number 1 in SAG is solidarity. It means that Arnold Schwarzenegger and Julia Roberts stick to the strike if there is a decision to strike. That's rule number 1. We do it together. I would, yeah. I'm sorry? Interesting. Yes, but that's how it is. It is done. So even these big stars subject themselves to the rules that they decided upon collectively. Arnold Schwarzenegger is, by the way, is famous about not caring about money. He once said that I don't care about money. It doesn't make any difference whether I make $56 or $58 million a year. So, but that's him. Okay. Regulation. Just 5 things to mention here. For a very, very long time, extended collective licensing was a Nordic thing, not very well regulated, and most of the European directive said something to the effect that you can do whatever you want. We do not want to interfere, except for the satellite and cable broadcasting, which, by the way, also modeled about on the broadcasting rights the way it was introduced in the Nordic countries. But other than that, see what the directives said thus far. We do not want to interfere. This directive is without prejudice to extended collective licenses, etc. So Europe chose not to interfere so far. But then come the judgment of the European Court of Justice, Sully and Doak, 2016. That was, the subject matter of this was the collective management of out-of-print books. And the French law allowed the appointed collecting society to represent all French authors unless they object to being represented within 6 months of being registered in a database of out-of-print books. And 2 French authors, Sully and Doak, went to French courts and to the European Court of Justice and challenged the law, which ended by the European Court of Justice deciding in favor of these 2 authors, saying that this kind of regulation is too intrusive. You should have been notified individually, first of all. And also the fact that you simply remain passive is not enough. Not objecting is not enough. So this French law is in contravention of the European acquis, of European legislation. This created a big problem because the European Court of Justice said 2 things that has already been customary with extended collective management. First of all, you don't have to be notified individually. That's almost impossible. While the Court of Justice said that yes, extended collective licensing works only if you are notified individually. And it also said that simply not opposing is not enough. You have to be actively involved in the management of your rights, or otherwise this is something that do not comply with the fullness of the rights you have. And that's when the European Commission or the Union decided that we need some rules, some continental-wide rules, some European rules on extended collective management. Otherwise, the decision of the Court of Justice will prevail, and it would make the management of these rights almost impossible. That's what they have come up with. These are the elements of the new extended collective management regime in Europe. They started by introducing 2 mechanisms at once. One for out-of-commerce works, and one for generally all the rest of the rights. Here is a comparison of how these 2 mechanisms or systems works. One is obligatory. The extended collective licensing for out-of-commerce work is obligatory for all member states. You will see that in Slovenian law. You will see that in Croatian law. You will see that it's everywhere, because this is something you must implement. The other, whether you whether you use that mechanism, in other cases, optional. This sort of right can be used only in well-defined areas. Out-of-commerce works are well-defined area, and only if the individual exercise of rights is onerous and impractical, meaning that most likely it is about mass uses, where individual licensing is at least impractical, but also difficult. Further attributes. Out of commerce works, the collective extended collective licensing there has cross-border effect. It means that every single one of you, every single member state will be able to manage the rights of the rest of all the member states. Okay, so I can issue licenses in Hungary for Slovenia. Are you listening, Gregor? For Slovenia, yeah, and vice versa. If it's about out-of-commerce works, and that's the case for all other member states. While if this is the optional version, the one we are talking about, and the one which might be a solution for actors, producers, and authors coming together in a single society, this applies to the territory of the given member state only. So its cross-border impact is limited. That's why it is also a flexible tool in this sense. If you create something unique for Slovenia, that's not a problem. You do this for yourself, which means that its impact is limited, which means that your legislator have greater leg room. Okay. More flexible regime to use because the impact remains within the borders of Slovenia, or wherever it is decided. There is no cross-border effect, and that's really important. This doesn't mean that there is no international dimension. Of course, it will comprise the rights of right holders living elsewhere, but the geographical coverage of the deal would not go beyond your national borders. Okay, and our first question was that, yes, extended collective management is cheap. It's also very efficient, but is it fair? To make it fair, the European Union set 4 safeguards to protect the interests of users, the general public, and of course right holders. These 4 safeguards, and these are my last really sentences here. Representativeness equal to opt-out and publicity measures. Very briefly, representativeness means that you have to be, you have to represent a substantial number of right holders. Some member states use quantitative criteria to decide what's substantial, others qualitative, meaning numbers. For example, we say in Hungary a significant number of right holders, and this is the IPO, the Intellectual Property Office, who decides what's significant. In Denmark and Sweden, they say substantial. Numerous in Finland, or in Slovenia, the highest number. So it's not necessarily the majority. It can be described rather as the substantial number of right holders. The second safeguard is equal treatment, and this means that right holders having opted out of the system, or right holders who haven't subscribed to the system but are covered by the license must be treated equally. This means that they can claim remuneration, individual remuneration, whether they are a member of the society or not, and also explicitly they must enjoy certain rights only. Otherwise, only the members of the CMO enjoy, like electronic communication, being informed, complaint procedures, etc. So that's important that they have to be. Once they are represented, they have also almost the same rights as the members. Okay. Third safeguard, opt-out. As I said, this is important not to make this form of collective license mandatory, which would be a problem. And here there are some current, let's say, best practices that you'll see in some member states. I would just mention Hungary because we're an exception in the sense that we regulate also the formalities of opt-out. We prescribe that a document to opt out of the system must be incorporated in a deed of full testimonial power, that it enters into force at the end of the semester, etc., etc. Most member states do not regulate the formalities, but the current directive says that opt-out should be easy. So no fuss, no complicated bureaucratic requirements. Even if it's not regulated, it must be easy. And lastly, publicity measures. Here, the European Commission explicitly overruled the European Court of Justice. They said, yeah, you think that people must be individually notified, and no, said the European Commission and now the directive, there is no need to individually inform. This is explicitly in the directive because it created a little turmoil, the judgment of the court. It would be impossible to notify everyone individually. It would almost equal to just give up collective management and fall back to individual negotiations. But these publicity measures make certain that through the normal channels of communication, your website and other channels, most likely everyone is properly informed. Probably not each and every one, but most likely everyone. Okay. And just two more slides about the impact of the collective license, extended collective license as it now stands. But I'm not going through this. But I will include this in the slides that I'm going to share with you. And thank you very much for your patience. This was really something going deep into legalese, and you just did well. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Paul. That was...
I'm available for questions.
Yes, we will have questions for you. Yes, because you explained it very well, but it does give the floor to questions. Thank you. It's a very complicated thing.
It is.
But you made it look easy. Thank you for that. Peter.
Thank you so much for this. Yes, my question is based on two things. One, it's a complicated system, regardless how nicely you have presented it to us. Thank you for that very much. And the second, if I read it correctly, the number of opt-outs is very low. So for me, it seems that we're holding up this system just to be nice to a couple of individuals. That, I mean, is the cost really outweigh the benefit of this? You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, why don't we just name it a mandatory collective management system and make...
I tell you why.
Because,
I tell you why.
Thanks.
Okay. So, whether is it complicated? Yes, it is complicated, but it should be run by professionals. On the two sides, there a professional collective rights management organization, on the other side, a professional user. So they should be in a position to know exactly what they are talking about. It's very technical, I agree, I subscribe to that. But this is something that we do that. We do that for the internet rights for over a decade now, and it's manageable, believe me. Only, yes, and this is true, this is something that must be run by professionals. This must be left to Gregor and you and equally well-prepared professionals on the other side. Also, it is important that you have the support of the Intellectual Property Office, and they show some restraint about regarding to what extent they interfere with the system, but also some resolve to decide upon very clear rules. What is representativeness? How right holders can opt out? What publicity measures should be in place so that those involved, both users and CMOs, could comfortably use the mechanism? The other question was about why. Yeah, this is important. I didn't want to go into this because, again, this very much a legal detail, but an important legal detail. One important resolution of the European Court of Justice was that if there is no opt-out in the extended collective licensing, it contravenes the most important copyright protection ever, the Berne Convention. The Berne Convention, Article 5, Paragraph 2, prohibits member states to require any formality to exercise copyright. That's a very strict rule. You can't say actors that you need to submit a petition to exercise or you need to be registered somewhere to exercise. This is a formality that is strictly prohibited. And the European Court of Justice said that opt out if not in the system, if you have to, as the French authors, become part of a register and exercise your right only if you learn that you are in a register. It was also part of the French solution that you had to prove that you did not transfer your rights to a publisher. It's a more complex. But the European Court of Justice, be careful with that. If people cannot opt out of the system easily, then it may be, and the Court of Justice said, we think it is a formality that is prohibited under the Berne Convention. And Berne Convention is about authors, of course, so for performers it's less of a problem. But again, coming back to IPA, you represent authors. For them, this might be an issue.
And who in practice are opt-outs? Who are the right holders who decide to opt out?
Okay. Our experience is that those who are very aware that they could perhaps make a better deal individually. That's why there are so few of them. In fact, the tariffs of the society are not always very high, but it's a very reliable source of income. And as we discussed it many, many times, if you negotiate directly with the producers, it is likely you end up with nothing, just a single payment with a buyout deal. There are very few of us, very few of those who can rely on striking a better deal individually. So they are then there is another group who are under pressure from record producers or film producers to opt out. You are a member of the collecting society. I'm not talking to you unless you opt out. Fortunately, most performing artists understand that this not very high but reliable source of income over the years would produce probably much more revenue than a single payment, so they refuse to opt out. But it is true that the low number of opting out is a concern for the Commission, so they will closely monitor the number of opt-outs because there's a suspicion that this may also be because of the bureaucratic requirements related to opt-out. So if you are pondering, if you are thinking about introducing the system, it has to make opt-out easy. But the numbers are low everywhere, not just in everywhere. The number of opt-outs is low. We need the instrument of opting out, not to make it violating Bern 5.2, but otherwise I wouldn't be afraid that this is something that questions the efficiency, the low transaction costs, the economies of scale that we can reach this way.
So, as a conclusion, the big names are opting out, but otherwise.
Otherwise, some of
the big names. But if you say from practice, the low number of opt-outs is not really the reason for low number is not in requirements, administrative requirements to opt out.
No, because
it's actually their decision. So if the Commission would monitor that closely with all this, I don't know, questionnaires and everything, they would at the end discover that this is not really the fear that they have.
Probably that would be the conclusion. There is a 500-page long study analyzing the current solutions one by one. It's available on the Commission's website with the relevant judicial decisions, how the opt-out is formulated. As we have seen, there is no formalities in most member states. You can just hand in a piece of paper that I'm opting out. Usually it's easy.
Sorry, me again. 2 questions. One, is the opt-out happening basically on the level of the work or on the level of the whole repertoire for a person?
Very good question. That's a very good question. So far, the systems in the various member states were different. Whether they permitted individual opt-out, meaning that right holders could cherry pick their repertoire and just take away what is really financially lucrative and leave the rest with the society, or their whole repertoire. The rule currently in Hungary, for example, is that you can opt out only with your entire repertoire. It's all or nothing. Yeah. So the alternative of making money on your great successes and leaving the rest with the society is not. However, the DSM, the Digital Single Market Directive, allows that. So member states, when introduce extended collective management, they can adopt rules which would allow that kind of cherry picking and permit right holders to withdraw the best part of the repertoire and just leave the rest with the society. I think this is very unhealthy. That's not a very good solution. It would destroy the very essence of the whole regime, notably low transaction costs. Yeah. It would remain a complicated system with very high transaction costs. So,
the second question is about the Finnish example.
Yeah.
Because in Finland, our authors society has reported that they are abusing this system of extended collective licensing with the opt-out. The producers are actually forcing the members of the collective management organization to leave the collective management organization if they want to work
That's what I mentioned. Yes, that they put pressure.
Yeah, but how does is there anything that the European Commission is doing on that side of the story? Because it's easy to punish us as a collective.
Not really. This is a very informal procedure. This conversation is not recorded. You only hear this from the right holder. You are not there, and the producer would seem to pressure. What kind of pressure? I never said anything like that. I just want to work with the guy, and he decided to opt out. So
you're basically free.
But that's again important. That's what makes extended collective licensing sexy. That you keep a certain level of autonomy. If you take this away, if you say that there are dangers that the system is abused and right holders are pressured not to opt out, and you take away that kind of freedom, then you are back to square one, and it's mandatory again, and it violates Bern, and it's difficult. Probably the answer to that is not in the regulation. It's not necessarily statutory law. It's probably organization and rule number 1. We do this together.
I see no more hands, so I have a question myself. Because in the beginning, you said that this system is only allowed when it does not limit the contractual freedom existing between performers and producers and users. Now, is that a legal contractual freedom, a theoretical one, or are you allowed to do the practical test? And I will give the example why I asked this question. I think, as a musician, you do not have any contractual freedom in not putting your music online. You have to. And you do not have the capability to enter into direct negotiations with all these platforms. If you want to do it individually, you have to pass through these aggregators. They have general conditions. You agree, you get uploaded. You do not agree, tough luck. So where is your individual contractual freedom? This is more an example within the music industry, but I think it goes to a certain extent also for the audiovisual industry. Isn't the current online environment as a practice limiting the negotiation freedom of our performers?
Okay, yes, thank you. First of all, what I was talking about was mostly regarding the negotiation between the CMO and the user. This is the one that has to be freely negotiated to have extended effect later on. What you are asking, I think, is something that this is not the first time today that we are mixing up statutory law and the sort of real-life bargaining power situation. Your contractual freedom is not taken away by the platforms. Your contractual freedom is, legally speaking, is there. It is just not enforceable. And as you said, tough luck. So in that respect, statutory law is always inflexible. It can only adapt the social dynamic of your actual position only that much, not beyond that. I don't think I have a ready-made solution for the difference in the position of you as a musician and the multi-million-dollar platform.
There is a general legal rule. I'm sure that there's all over Europe very similar one. the freedom of contracting and the parties negotiating and everything is opposed by the protection of a minor contracting party. So I don't see how this could not work if you say I'm a minor party, because a stronger contracting party, if it imposes unbiased contracting rule, then the contract is can be
challenged.
Challenged in
yes,
court. So.
Yes, that's true. But that wasn't the question. The question was whether I must go through the platform to disseminate mine. Do I have to use them? And there is no legal solution to that. Yes, you do have to use them, otherwise it is not reaching your audience. But is there a legal answer to that?
Yeah, but if you're forced to use them only by the rules of the platform owners,
yes.
then you are a minor rights holder, then there is no actual contractual freedom. And I think this should be, in a way, one case perhaps that should go to courts and challenge that.
Okay. Have you ever tried to go through an upload agreement offered by Google? You probably, yeah.
I did. I'm just in the
yes.
Right at the moment. I am in
yes.
Action, or just.
I don't know what would happen if someone would challenge this in court. No one tried for some reasons. No one dared to do that. I'm certain this would be a big fight, because I would need to prove that I had no other option than going through Google, because there was no other alternative, that my whole artistic life would have collapsed without Google. I think there are a number of very difficult challenges that you would be confronted with court. If you would simply say that, if you would simply refer to the rule that contracts must be balanced, I'm the weaker party, so let's take Google to court and argue that I'm so exposed to its terms that I have no other option. I don't know. You are certainly right that this kind of safeguard exists, but for some reason, no one managed. No one managed to enforce them successfully.
Thank you. I think we have no more questions left, and if I look at the time, it's 10 after 4. We should have stopped at 4, but I think starting this afternoon session quite late, we did catch up some time. So thank you to the speakers of this afternoon. And also to the speakers of this morning. They are both in online meetings right now. That's what you take with you when you travel abroad right now, your online meetings. So just a very organizational thing. One, thank you to everyone following us through the live stream, because I checked on my phone several times, and in the afternoon, the highest number of views was 244. So you should have imagined all these people in this room. It would have not been big enough. So thank you, everyone, for watching us on the internet. Second, everyone who registered for this workshop will receive all the presentations. So including the one I already gave you. And Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you are working on an article specifically on which will come out in this and a few weeks, a month. So it will be bundled in a true paper, which is more information than the presentation. So the only thing I have left to say is thank you very much, everyone, for being here. I think it was a very constructive and informative day. So thank you. And the people here, we'll have the possibility to chat a little bit more with a coffee and a drink. And I will now give the word to Gregor.
Yeah. Thank you, Johan, for coming. Very big thank to IPO artists and all the speakers. Thank you for deciding to come to Slovenia and share your knowledge with us, and we really appreciate it, and I hope that we will come back to you with a good news soon, and that Slovenia will be green. Thank you very much.